Alrighty, so
It's been 2 weeks.
yes, it has. So I'll start with where we left everybody, and then if we have to kind of back up even further from there. Where we left everybody was you were in the castle, the Cloud Giant castle. Some of you had been going up the stairs fighting I think there's two Cloud Giants that you were fighting. And let me, for those of you that are in Roll20 now, let me get to that screen. And Ventus was riding your dragon friend. He had flown up to the next level, so you essentially had met each other and had just finished killing the second of two Cloud Giants. And I will let you know what happens at that point, and then if you need more information about what happened previous session, we can dig further back. As soon as as soon as that happens and the second Cloud Giant falls, you hear a door open to your east, and when everybody's in, I'll show you again, but right there, and you hear a voice, not necessarily threatening, but certainly calling out in a loudish voice, saying, "The Countess will see you now. You four are welcome, but the others must leave, including the dragon." What's going on in Discord?
Oh, no, we're just goofing.
Okay, oh, sorry. You guys heard everything I said then?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
stop
did.
going.
We're just spellbound. Give me a sec though. I have a response. I'm gonna.
Oh, I see the picture. Okay, never mind.
See,
You even rolled an 18.
at work the other day, I found one, like, after I was cleaning up, I found one of these dice after the D&D group left, and I took it, and I was, like, so secretly happy. Like, my co-worker, he was the one who found it, and he gave it to me. He was like, "Oh, is this one of the dice they use in this, on these games I play?" I was like, "Oh my god, I'm so happy," and I was, like, smiling all the way home.
So that's where you are right now. Now, if you need any more backstory to remind yourselves from 2 sessions ago, essentially 2 sessions ago, you re-attacked the castle. You showed up and
I remember that.
yeah.
I remember thinking this might not be a wise idea.
I remember my impotence at my rolls. I did too well.
Yes.
Yes, but we're on a collision course to get your stuff back. Now, I don't... So,
Are those
the
witches'
countess,
pets?
the Countess will see me now. She will see the four of you, but not the dragon.
Yes, and yes, Vorpal, those are witches, doggies, wolves, I believe.
That are completely unhurt still, right?
No,
Yeah,
they're all
yeah.
dead.
Because if
Any
they
idea
get
why I'm
hit,
still-
they tend to explode.
Well, kind of, because I just summoned regular wolves.
And
There should be 4 more that are coming, right?
Over-
Down below.
that might be right. And Vorpal, I think you're trying to be stealthy at one point, but you're no longer stealthy, so you can
Okay, makes sense.
take those off.
Yeah, there's a dragon there.
Yeah, it's hard to be stealthy on the back of a dragon.
Why ain't that a dragon? What are
So I telepathically say to Laura, "Oh, really? Now diplomacy? Come on, let's just kill her." Do it.
Why are you saying
Kill her.
why are you saying it to me for? I'm not the diplomat.
So you hear this voice call out, and then you hear. So once again, this is a doorway over here, and you hear relatively heavy footsteps. By this time, you would recognize them as giant-ish footsteps walking away from that area. So not into the area that you can see, but
May I try a response?
sure, make it a good one.
Hang on one moment. I had it for just a second. I wanted to get the delivery kind of right.
Do we know the name of the creature that's speaking with us right now?
I don't believe you do.
Okay.
You will have recognized the voice as a giant that has spoken before, though.
Does it sound like a giant that's female?
No.
No, it's. I think it's the who we were kind of considering, or I was considering, to be the consort might have actually been the manservant. But I think I think my response as Kreb would be more. No, I think we will see the Countess now, and she'll come here. Our dragon is as much of this conversation as we are. And if you want me to, I'll do an intimidation check to go with that.
That's bold.
Look, Krebs in a bad mood.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an intimidation check just for
I
giggles.
almost rolled dice. Hang on.
I heard some real stuff hit a tabletop.
I'll roll 4 Krev.
12. Let's see if I actually get
Actually,
that.
Laura, that may not be a good idea. Based on
I
last
actually got
session.
19.
Oh yeah. Excuse me.
Well.
There's a pause, as if he's thinking of a response, but he quickly responds back and says, "The Countess will see you, and if you wish to see the Countess, you will follow." And his voice sounds a little bit further away now, but not terribly far away.
Dude, just to refresh me, how many giants
Those
did we
would be
kill
cool.
since we came here?
How many giants have you killed? Since you came back to the castle,
Since we came back.
or 2, maybe 3, 2.
Yeah, because originally
There were about 7 attacking us when we left.
I think since you came back, 2-ish, 2 to 3. Could be wrong though.
I think I've already banished 2 of them with the twin. So that's 2 more.
Either
According
way,
to my sorcery points and my level 4 spell slot is missing, I think I did that.
I think at this point in time, either way, we're gonna walk into a trap because she knows we're here. So even if we if we go in guns blazing, it's gonna be the same result. So maybe we can just.
Well, maybe she's willing to just give us your stuff back so that we'll leave and stop killing her people. We have been an extremely expensive annoyance to her.
Yeah, I mean, we've killed pretty much a large amount of her forces. So at this point, it's
Probably
Maybe
a large amount of her
negotiate.
family.
yeah.
Which means she won't let us go. But
Let's go. I think we should go talk for now.
Alright. You first.
That's just my vote.
You
Ventus,
see
Brile.
Ventus in the back. He kind of leans forward and he's like, I don't trust her. I don't trust this voice. It sounds familiar, but
Well, I mean, if
We
they're
should go
going to escort us to her to kill her, that makes it easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, like if she knows we're here, there's not a lot we can do either way. So, and if she's gonna grant us an audience, like to let us come to her, then it literally puts us just opposite her, which means we can just take it down if we need to. But I'm not too worried.
And you hear a voice from the same spot as before saying, "The Countess is not to be kept waiting when she invites guests to her audience."
Invites guests.
I mean, look, we're human sized. We can only walk so fast.
all right, I'm gonna yell out to Felgalos, please await us, await our return. We shall be back, hopefully.
And then I follow up with, but please don't get caught again. I wouldn't want that happening to you. You're too nice.
Well, Vorpal, you've got control of Felglas right now. So what do you think she's gonna do?
She's gonna stay. I mean, they don't want her, so
Mhm.
they don't want him. So he's gonna stay put. Perhaps just watch our point of egress if it comes down to it.
Actually, probably safer. Have her just kind of circle the castle at a good distance. That way they can't get the drop on her.
Okay.
See, I was gonna say that, then I realised we're standing in a room with Ballisto, which can shoot at that.
Yeah, but it has a range.
Yeah,
The
but we
dragon.
don't want to get too far away in case we need her to escape. No.
All right, I will be quiet.
Okay, so you'll have her circle the circle the castle, just kind of hang out there.
Yep. And I tell her, you know, if anything happens, please listen out for my scream in particular. It's high pitched and it carries very far. Come and rescue me. Okay, and my friends. All right, let's go. Here we go.
Okay, so Laura, you're coming up to that doorway that was opened.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm,
And you-
I'm going to follow the voice and just, I guess, lead the rest of you guys.
Okay, so move relatively freely at this point. So if you want to move up to the doorway, you can.
Sorry, I meant to grab mine. Actually, Brett, can you delete Laura's stuff from my access? Because I've accidentally moved him twice now.
Oh, okay. So just hold on to where you are there right now until I get there. You will notice at the far end of that room somebody that you've run into before. Laura will especially recognize him. You've gotten up close and personal with him.
Yeah, I kind of recognize this fellow. Wasn't he the asshole who basically threw Laura into the cage?
And he's the one who threw me off the edge of the castle.
He's
Yeah.
he's the one that did. He's the one that did both.
Oh, there's that both.
And who claims to kill Laura's brother, basically.
Man, fuck this guy.
And you see him head out the doorway and go to what would be your right, so I guess kind of east.
I follow.
Okay, so go on ahead. You can scoot yourself right up to that doorway that other doorway if you want. And through it if you wish.
Not that that helped, but I'm just, as we're walking through here, I'm just like glancing around, I guess. If there's any out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? I meant to open that up. Give me 1 second, so at least I can tell you what kind of rooms you're walking through. This is a lot of storage, crates and stuff like that. Dried meat, fish, so it's basically a food storage area.
Mm.
And as he sees everybody coming through the doorway, he continues to a doorway to his south.
Just think of the carnage we could have caused.
And when you come to that doorway, you see a stairwell heading upwards. And as you look up the stairwell, actually, you see some burnt marks towards the top of that stairwell.
Oh, this is Oh, I know where we are.
Bring that Claff Bridge fire down.
Yup.
And so Seth is poking around. Brile is keeping eyes out and stuff like that. And let me. So you're heading up the stairs?
Yeah.
And sorry, you said I know where we are. What?
Well, I think we're right below the fields that we were basically fighting in initially when Klaus dropped us off. And we're basically going to the tower with all the masks in it, my guess. Although I see just blackness.
You should.
Oh,
You should see now if you scroll out.
all
Yeah.
right.
Sorry, let me
Not where I thought we were.
let me center you. And I'm just going to take some. When you're outside buildings and stuff like that, you can see right in through the windows. So I usually put a little bit of thing there to indicate that it's a window, but not that you can see right in unless you're up against the window. But now you're inside a room the other way around. You see that big red X there? That was maybe outside that window. That was my way of reminding you guys what I've described this place before. In that That's that chessboard with all the motionless chess pieces on top of it. So you come up these stairs. You of course see your friend there by the other doorway, who's heading through that doorway. And I'll just give you a little bit of a description as you look around. So the stairway as you come up it is certainly a lot more blackened and singed with pretty obviously magical fire. The stairwell goes down from where you came from, but it also continues further up. And this room itself is what can best be described as an art gallery. There is colorful rugs all over the floor. The walls themselves have partitions that have like riches of all types of objects sitting around. The first thing you notice as you come in here is there's a large stuffed young silver dragon suspended by chains from the ceiling.
Jesus Christ.
You see paintings, statues, weapons, costumes, all types of stuff. You see an exquisite harp. You see a large banner, like a war banner, hanging bolted to one of the doors. Like, this place is just reeking of opulent art collection.
Is there anything small and pocket-sized?
It probably is. Like on the bookshelves and such. There's some scrolls and things like that.
Can, accidentally knock something into the bag of holding.
If you want to do a sleight of hand check and see if your friend notices you doing that, and then we'll determine what it might be.
Okay. Do you want me to do... Well, I suppose sleight of hand covers it all, but I mean, there's also stealth or what have you. But so I'm trying to argue for an additional +4 here because sleight of hand is not great. But hey, let's go. Oh, that's not good.
And yeah, your buddy says, hands off the Countess's items. If I see you reach for something again, you will lose both of your hands.
And you'll lose your head. What's the difference?
And
I've already killed multiple of your kind today.
And he looks a little pissed, but he looks like he's holding his tongue as well.
I just smile at him.
And Laura, the history check.
The history check was for any of the paintings and the silver dragons to see if they have any significance. You don't get any particular significance of them, as you're kind of like, this guy's not going to let you kind of sit and study something too long. You don't recognize anything but the silver dragon that would suggest a name or lore or anything like that. The paintings and such, some of them are giants doing their thing and taking being victorious and things like that. Others are of scenes that you wouldn't necessarily recognize, but obviously are somewhere in Faerun that must have been painted by somebody famous and must be worth something. You do, especially the people that can use magic, but all of you do get a sense of some magic in this room. That some of the objects may be magical. But your buddy's not going to let you stop and take too much time in here, and he's going to gesture you onwards. So you can stop and take time at the risk of offending. No, I don't stop. It's like a casual glance as I'm walking through and just like take note of the idea is that I'm looking at the paintings or the pictures and stuff. It's just like trying to kind of recall what they could be about, like what they could be depicting and stuff like that, just as I'm passing by.
Mm-hmm.
Also, note to Ventus, please don't burn this room down.
I'm hard of hearing, son. You're gonna have to speak up. No, that's fine. Aventus says, "Excuse my friend here. He has sticky fingers. I promise we will not try anything while you still draw that breath behind his poke."
And he
I look over at Ventus and my smile, and I wink.
he rolls his eyes at you, looking like he is trying to keep his tongue about him. And he walks.
That's fine. I'll just remember to cut it out when I'm done.
And as you
Sorry,
walk,
I'm feeling very belligerent right now.
yeah. As you walk out onto this large lawn area, you see your recognizable countess off on the towards the edge there. You see a couple of young cloud giants beside her, and the other cloud giant that had led you up here has headed off, conveniently standing beside a bunch of rocks by that human-sized chessboard. And give me just 2 seconds. I'm going to close the office door here. It came ajar. And the Countess is standing there with her mask in front of her, as you recognized before. The mask looks confident and sure. And the other thing that you notice, those are hedges that she's up against on the one side. And there's a greenhouse that you're standing beside there. And the one thing that you notice leaning up against the hedge is a javelin, a breastplate, a bow, and
Stuff.
a rapier. And she says to you, "You have some very interesting things." As
You mean two rapiers?
And she says, "One at a time, please. I can't hear when you're all speaking at once."
So,
What'd you say, Richie? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said, don't we though?
And who else said something?
I was saying, did you mean two rapiers? Because I had two rapiers, bro. Okay, don't screw me out of this. Okay?
Oh,
Take these away from me.
and she says, "Oh, your other stuff was so common,
Whoa, calm
quite
down.
quite quite unimpressive." And she runs her hands, kind of the Vanna White thing. Vanna White, does that ring with you, Seth?
I have no idea.
Okay.
do you get the wheel? Sorry, it was an old game show called Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, I think we had that over here.
Yeah, the female presenter who turned the letters around in North America was Vanna White.
So and she would have this kind of flourish where her arm would line up along the letters, or even if you ever watched Price is Right, the same type of thing when they sit there and they present the prizes, the women and now male models are sitting there, just, or at a car show too,
Yeah.
That kind of
Or
thing.
is
What?
the only-
Hold on, you said there's
only
male
word
models
for it.
there now?
Yeah, with
I never watched The Price is Right. I'm got better.
yeah, you are out of touch.
Hey man, look, the only thing is we had our own versions of these shows.
Yeah, it's true.
We had different presenters.
So she runs her hands along them, and she points to the breastplate and says, "This will add nicely to my collection. This is something that is somewhat rare, not as rare as some of the things I have." And she also points to the bow, and she says, "This is a very nice addition." And then she points to the giant slayer, and she says, "This just has a very special place in my heart." And then she picks up.
You don't say.
It's about to be.
It's like she's
Logic
predicting
in
the future.
And then she picks up the javelin of lightning, which is the closest to her, and she looks at it and she goes, "But are those special? Not very special, is it?" And she takes one hand away from her mask, but the mask magically just kind of floats there, so she doesn't necessarily have to hold it in front of her. Let me I think we've seen this before, but I'll just remind you of her again. Yeah. And she picks up, so she lets go of the mask. It magically kind of floats there. And she takes the javelin in two hands horizontally and brings it down on her knee.
How tall is she again?
I'd have to look up, but I'm going to guess 15-ish. She's one of the taller giants, so 15-ish feet, maybe a bit taller.
Okay. And who are the little people next to her?
Young cloud giants.
Gotcha.
And so
It's a shame to die so young.
Yeah, it really is.
She brings the javelin down on her knee. Any reaction to that?
Not really.
This whole time, like I am.
I think I stole that from the hill giants, so I'm not hugely put out.
Mm-hmm.
This whole time, as she's talking about the arms, you just see like Laura's like corner of his eye just twitch a little bit. Like he's like, it's like, I don't know. Like I'm not feeling good about this, guys. Like I'm not. And I'm gonna like kind of like just like slowly, not like intimidatingly, just like casually like walk towards her.
Mm-hmm.
Just like as she's the whole time she's saying this, I'm just like slowly walking forward.
How close do you get? Or how close do you want to get? I won't metagame on my side. I just.
I'm gonna say probably about here.
You get about halfway to there, and your friend interrupts the Countess and says, "You will not approach the Countess unless you're asked to approach."
Okay, at this point, I cast polymorph on the other giant and turn him into a slug for the time being. Okay.
Okay.
I shit ye not. I'm sick of him. The rest of you can kill the Countess, please.
I think I fall in love with Crab all over.
Okay, well, if that's what's happening, we better
I
go.
can bust the mask.
We better.
Whoa.
We better go into initiative. Witchy knows the rules.
I fully support that action, and I swear I had nothing to do with it.
Okay, I'm good.
Ooh, high rolling. Nice.
5? It says a 17 on my screen. What the hell?
I see 5 on my screen.
I know. I see that too, but the dice, when it hit the top of my screen, stopped on 17.
Is it orange? Because that's my dice.
Oh, yeah, that was you. I don't know where it
But thank you for complimenting my high rolls.
You are most welcome. I still think I should be able to go first, given, like, nothing was going to happen until I cast the spell.
So you have surprise to cast polymorph, and then we all. I like it.
I'm good with that. So go ahead and so we've got initiative when things do happen, but
So the spell save is 16.
and I'm sorry, wisdom save. I think it is a wisdom save, but I'm trying to read it. Yes, wisdom save. It's in the first paragraph there.
Yes.
And it's a 16 save.
Sadly, my charisma isn't as high as it should be because half orc.
Okay.
So it resists. Damn.
Wisdom save.
If it resists, nothing happens, right?
I'm starting to tweak the NPC sheets to ask me whether or not to roll it publicly or not. So I haven't done it for all, but that was terrible.
He fails.
So he polymorphs into a slug.
Into a slug.
And the Countess, so she's bringing this down on her knee as you're doing this. The javelin doesn't quite break. You see kind of lightning dance across it. You hear a bit of a crack, and then you polymorph.
Well, no, the polymorph was basically a response to him trying to tell us off again. It's like, oh, shut up.
Yep. Okay, Lore, you're up.
Okay. I immediately like hold up my hand to signal like wait, like hold to the rest of the group, and then I just look at Cantus and I just say to her like, so like why like before we dismantle you and your children and the rest of your family, can you like explain why? What was the point in bringing us up here to gloat about these items and all this facade? And I also want to know what happened to my brother.
and hey, sidebar.
Yeah. Sidebar.
And then he sits down and starts to braid her hair. And then
We never said that Lore was eloquent.
Look, I'm winging this, okay, guys.
Oh, I just love the fact that here's what we want to know, and here's my agenda. And by the way, could you throw in my brother's stuff too? When you got a second.
No, it's bad if you say like that.
If we have enough time at the end of this meeting, I'd also like to know what happened to my brother.
Okay, let's rephrase this. I'm gonna ask her, like, what was the meaning of her bringing us up here? What happened to my brother, and what the hell is she doing with my items? Let's put it that way instead.
Gotcha.
Priorities, yeah. I mean, look, I know my priorities as Seth, but not as not as Law.
Okay, so and I see the call for the wolves and the dragon. So just before we get into a bit of a parlay, how are we going to do this? If we parlay and it goes south, then we'll keep the initiative order, but like Laura's kind of pausing everything for a moment here. So what do we want to do here?
That's perfectly fine. It gives times for the wolves and the dragon to show up.
If everyone's agreeable, we can literally just halt the turn order right here, and as soon as things go violent again, which I'm sure they will, we'll just pick it up from here.
I would agree with that.
Can't do anything, and Sensuri has a lower turn order than Lore. However, I think we need to start on Ventus's turn. Lore, this is kind of your action sort of thing. Just
Okay.
putting it out there as suggestion.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So basically, what you're saying is we're going to move our turn below Lore's so we can continue to have this parlay conversation with.
All of our turns are below Lore's.
Well, I know, but like, are we staying in turn order, or is
we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay in turn order. Laura's just gonna take up his action to have this parlay, essentially. So if it goes south, Ventus goes next. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That was
And
what
also
I was
look,
proposing.
the way I'm trying to like convey this to her is I'm not like being like open, like I'm not drawing my weapons, like, and I'm intentionally hold up my hand to tell the rest of the guys to wait, and like the whole idea of crevice polymorph. It's like, look, you're not in control here. We're in control, and you're gonna answer our questions. Otherwise, things are gonna get violent.
Gotcha.
And, like, it's obviously like we're not gonna take any shit, so like we need to speak, otherwise things are gonna go south like real fast.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay, so the question was, why did she bring you up here to kind of play around with you, and what happened to your brother? Anything else I missed? Sorry.
No, that was a general. It's just like,
okay.
Why has she called us here? What has she done with my brother? And why is she just flaunting our magical items in front of us, like as if she's almost superior to us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
By the way,
guess what?
By the way,
Yeah,
I am fully cognizant of the cognitive dissonance of us being, why are you fucking with us, when we attacked her castle.
Yeah, exactly.
So yes, I know there's that, but I'm just behaving like 20th century politician.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. So she, her mask certainly goes to more fury
Anger.
than yeah. And she takes the javelin that's in her hand as a we'll call it a free action, and chucks it over the side of the castle, and
All right, so
off it
it's down
goes.
there somewhere.
And she turns to Lore and the rest of the party, and while she does that, she says that you are outnumbered here, and you will certainly die if you continue to act this way, and I suggest you remove your magic from my brother.
I just smile.
Rude. That was rude.
I will ask my companion to remove his magic once you tell me what happened to my brother. Otherwise, your brother will meet the same fate.
And she stands there for a second. You can see that she's kind of thinking her options over. She looks a little sidelined to the kids there.
You know what? I draw one of my rapiers and point it at one of her children, and I say, if you prefer, I could kill one of those instead. And then I point it at the other one. I say, or both.
And now we're tapping into really primal responses.
This just got posed.
She raises kind of one of her hands in a kind of okay position. And she says, I'll tell you what happened to your brother. At the same time, let me show you something. And she slowly reaches into her gown or her clothing there. She's kind of doing the I'm pulling out the wallet, I'm pulling out my driver's license type of thing. Do you allow her to continue?
Black?
What's that?
Is she black? Because if we were the police,
Oh, jeez.
Oh man.
Oh, no,
It is
no.
rather gray.
just saying.
That's not nice.
Instead of racists, they're like giantesses.
Oh, I just realized her shawl is a cloud.
You didn't just
That's
notice
right.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, I don't want to kill the kids. Just putting that out there as me.
I'm gonna be honest with you, just as me. Like, I don't really. If she killed my brother, look, let's just say like all bets are off at this point.
Whoops. There's the brother, by the way. He's pretty.
Pretty ugly.
Pretty ugly.
So do you allow her to continue?
I don't stop her.
Okay.
If she wants to get. But
She pulls out a conch or conch, depending on where you're from. And she
I have one of those.
and she do you say that?
Yes.
And she looks at you with surprise. And then she turns back to Laura. And she says, your brother was a nuisance. He came investigating my work, and he would not leave, so we had him leave.
And where did you have him leave to exactly?
And as she's saying this, her mask gets a little bit more sure of herself, and she lays one hand against the stuff sitting there, and she kind of lays her hand against the giant slayer and the oath bow, and she says, we forcefully removed him from the castle, much the same way that we attempted to forcefully remove you. And then she looks at you in the eyes and says, if you already have one of these, and she is referring to the conch, I don't know if you know how it works, but in 1 second I can be whisked away from here, and I can bring the entire giant court down on your head. Who are they going to believe? Me or you?
What's there to believe? Exactly.
Sorry, what was that?
I want to know what's there to believe. Like, why would the giant cult, like, she said, what would the giant cult believe, you or me? And it's like, why would, I want to know why they would believe us. Like, what's to convince? I think it's been pretty clear cut. We attacked this castle, so.
Yeah. So and that's exactly what she says. Is you came here, you attacked my domain, you killed my people. You are clearly taking advantage of the situation that the giants are in. And she kind of pauses, a minor disarray. And you have decided that this is your time to attempt to attack giants and kill them and possibly take away what is theirs. And if I report this to the court, do you think there will be any place in this land that you can hide?
And won't they just laugh you all the way out of the court for being such a wimp and weakling that such small, tiny creatures can get under your skin and you have to run and cry to the court?
And she looks at Brile
Who
and
are
says,
you?
"What's that?"
You're not worthy of being countess, are you?
Sorry, you're a little muffled there.
Sorry, I'm trying to just be as dickish.
Go ahead.
Literally saying, you're not worthy of being countess, are you? You're terrified that they'll see that.
And she's just kind of darting back and forth between between you guys and all this kind of conversation going on. And so she looks at Krev and says, you do not even dare. And
I've dared a great many things, my dear old person.
Are you casting old person?
Are you gonna let me?
Before he does that though, like I would have interjected before, not to stop his actions, but like which he said what he did, I would have like, you attacked my family, so I'll attack yours, and that's just eye for an eye.
Oh, hang on. I
That's
gotta
what I
double
would've
check one thing, because hold person won't
You
work.
can't have 2 concentration spells up at once.
Yeah, you're right. So no, I know I can't do that. Never mind.
Okay. And I was going to say, at this point everybody is on their guard. So if you start looking like you're casting a spell, we're in initiative order.
Yeah,
Do you want me to
I
wait
know I
for
can't
my-
do that. So never mind.
Hey, Brett, do you want me to wait for my turn to say something to her?
Oh no, you guys! This is kind of a free thing. Like, hey, Brile's already in there, of course. So, go ahead, and then I'll say what she answers to each of you.
Quick thing
Yep.
that Ventus says to her. Ventus will peek around the corner a little bit that he's hiding behind and say, "My lady, we do not wish to fight in front of your children. I take no pleasure out of fighting in front of young ones. How long will it take you to convey your message? I'm sure it will not take us that long for my friends here to take your children hostage. All we want are the items. Give us the items back. We leave this castle. You don't have to worry about us, and we will leave."
Let her flee. I don't like hostages either.
I look at Volpul, then I look at her and I say, like the man said, give me back my items, and we leave.
And she's been leaning up against the and Brile, remind me what you so Krev, you kind of insulted her in terms of not being capable in her role.
Yes.
Brile, what did you say?
I said basically she'd be the laughing stock of the court if she shows up there saying, help me, and being
Oh, that's right.
by a couple little humans.
Yeah.
What do I do? I said, they'll take away your, well, I was thinking they'd take away your shit anyway.
And then the rest of you are basically saying, give us back our stuff, kind of thing. So she looks at Brile and she says, I do not think so. I have seen your friends, and I have seen his equipment, and they will love to see him. And she says that in certainly a threatening manner. And she turns to Ventus and says, at least there is one here that has some diplomacy and respect for the place that they are at. And she grabs more of a hand around the Oathbow and the Giant Slayer and picks them up and says, "But you have done me great wrong, and I am taking these in payment for the damage that you have caused to me and my people." By this time,
You murdered his brother. How do you claim damages?
and I'll get to that in a second. By this time, the wolves have shown up, and you will see not way off in the distance, but quite off in the distance. Your good friend Dragon. Let's put him a couple hundred feet. Her, thank you. Put her a couple hundred feet away. And she sees the wolves approaching and says, "You will call your wolves off."
And I say again, look, as my friend said here, you started this engagement. You killed my brother. You attacked us. you'll give back my items and we can end this peacefully, or I will murder you, your brother, your children, and destroy this entire fucking castle.
And Ventus, what was the persuasion check for to get the stuff back?
Yeah, it's probably not going to work now.
Yeah,
It's a little late on
it was a good roll, but yeah, I don't think you're going to persuade somebody who's pissed off at you. Lore, she responds to you and says, "We attacked you. If I remember correctly, you were the first." And she looks at you specifically. You were the first to attack.
The red dragon was the first to attack, my lady.
You started by attacking my brother. He came here to inquire what you were doing within our lands, and you murdered him.
Which was none of your and his business.
These are
was
our
leave
lands,
the
not
dragon in your
yours.
basement.
Leave now.
I just look at her again. I'm like,
I told
one
you-
last chance.
I
Give me the
told-
items, or your kids die.
I told you what happened to your brother. Release my brother from from the magic.
I draw my rapiers and I dash forward.
All right, let's
Ventus,
get in,
your turn.
let's get into this.
Okay, so instead of targeting the face mask, I'm going to target the conch in her hand.
And what are you trying to do? Destroy it, knock it over her hand? Like what?
That right there. I'm trying to light it on fire and make her drop it because it's hot.
Drop it because it's hot.
And that's my action.
Ignite. As an action, you can ignite an object within 10 feet of you. Are you within 10 feet of it?
Oh, I need to be within 10 feet? Holy shit. All right, hold on.
Do you have enough movement to get...
Or does Money Penny?
Ooh.
Oh, Mini Penny could do it. Will you let me cast it through Mini Penny?
How does... I know you've cast stuff through Mini Penny before. How are you
It's,
able to cast...
Ranged spell attacks, or she can cast through herself. So anything that's a touch attack. Such as, like, if I go up and I want to cast haste on someone, I could do it through Mini Penny. Or if I wanted to cast a shocking grasp on an enemy through Mini Penny, I could do that.
Yeah.
I don't know about this because it's the ill.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking you got to be. It's an object that's within 10 feet of you, assuming that you have the ild. So, I'm leaning towards it's got to be 10 feet from the person with the ild casting it. But I'm willing to hear arguments.
That sucks that it's 10 feet.
Give the stone to Mini Penny.
But can Mini Penny cast? Can Mini Penny act? She's not attuned to it.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And the familiar is not really just an extension of the caster.
No, for touch spells, yes. But,
Oh, well, Philly, I had a great plan and everything. Now it's not going to work. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something different. It's going to have the same basic effect.
do you still have dispel magic?
I'm going to cast Animate Object.
Sorry, you're casting animated object on what? Sorry, I
The
missed.
conch and the mask and the items, all the magic items.
Yeah.
Animate Object on all of them. Everything that's over there that's ours, plus the mask and the conch. And I make them zoom over to us. Some of them go to Lore, some of them go to me.
Okay, the first line says choose up to 10 non-magical items within range. Is there anything, can animate objects, is there somewhere else here that talks about magical items?
Oh, shit.
The Countess stands there and says, and you were calling me inept.
Oh, bitch.
I will stand here and wait while you figure out what spell you need to cast.
Well, thank you.
Question though, can if you say inanimate objects, was there anything inanimate around that could grab these things and run?
All right, so I cast it on the chess pieces
Okay.
over to the left. All those guys, they're going to come over and rush over to us. What size are they?
They're human size.
So medium. So I have how many mediums?
Large targets count. Medium targets count as 2.
So.
So I have 5.
Because you twinned it or whatever? Or sorcery pointed it?
May I ask a question that might be considered metagaming?
Go for it.
Do you still have Dispel Magic, Ventus?
No.
Never mind.
So I
was
choose
gonna
up
have
to.
you turn off the conch.
No, I can't, unfortunately. However, what I can do is I can cast this animate object on the knight pieces.
Okay.
Since it says I can choose up to 10 inanimate objects, and medium targets count as 2 objects, I therefore can bring forth 5 medium objects. Chess pieces over there, I want them to run over towards the Countess and try to assist.
Okay. Let's assume they have a speed of a. Well, what's an average human speed? 25 or 30? Something like that?
30.
30.
Okay. So let's assume
Do you
they
just
have...
want to like drag on like a human soldier or something?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So you
Just
cast...
drag on 5 of those.
You cast it onto 5 of those. I'm very sorry to say nothing happens.
Because it's a magic item? Great. Okay. And that's my turn. Yeah.
Now depending on what happens in a few minutes, we can talk about retconning that. But I think what might happen in a few minutes is wouldn't have let Ventus know that that's a magic item. And that's me metagaming a little bit. But yes, I'm sorry to say I think that's your turn unless you make any movements.
Well, I can predict
Nope.
the next 2 turns. He's going to go, and she's going to disappear.
Okay, so your slug is slugging. And the Countess says, "You're all dead." And she gives one other single word, which is attack.
And let me guess, all the chess pieces turn around.
And these guys start moving.
Holy crap.
And the slug and the Countess and the kids and the giant slayer and the oath bow disappear.
What?
Wait, explain something. What she's disappearing?
Yes.
Is she using the conch?
What's that?
Is she about to use the conch?
She actually, well, let me
I mean, I'm guessing the bonus action is attack. They're saying the word attack, but her action must have been to blow the conch.
But if she's gonna blow the conch, I want to actually say something as she does it.
Okay, you're
But it's not an attack or anything, and I should still be able to have some dialogue.
yeah, of course. You can say something.
If it looks like she's about to do that,
Yeah,
I'm gonna just look at her and smile with a really big smile.
Yeah.
You didn't say the children disappeared, right?
The brother, she brings the conch up to her lips.
Okay, so then I point at the children and I smile at her and I say kill them. And then the wolves start to look like they're about to start running.
Okay. The children are disappear after you say that.
Bitches. Okay, well I tried.
Yep. The Countess and the 2 children disappear. Yes, they do.
Well, gentlemen, I know what I'm doing on my turn.
And let's... oh, no, the wolves are on... Okay, we're good. Okay, Brile, you're up. And there are... What are there? 32 chess pieces there, I believe?
Yeah.
Alrighty, what are you dispelling magic on?
The chess pieces.
Okay, a little bit out of game. And they are animated objects. Are crafted with potent magic to follow the command.
What level did you cast that, Witchy?
I will cast it at level 4, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah,
You have a level 5.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, these are actual things from the monster manual. They were crafted with magic, with quote unquote potent magic. So, but it doesn't mention what level. Like, it doesn't actually like say it was an actual animate object spell. So I guess I'm looking for a little bit of direction as to what
So you said
level of
there's
spell this
32
is.
of them,
Yep.
and each medium object counts as 2. So 32 times 2, 64. And then for each spell slot used above 5th, you can animate 2 additional objects. It's a math problem.
I need to step away for a second. Sorry.
Okay.
If we get to my turn, I'm basically casting fly on everyone.
Gotcha.
I actually
We're
want
going
to say
run
to
away.
Crowell.
Sorry. Yes.
There's something I want to like to call out to you. I don't know if Brett will let me say it though.
Yeah, any kind of quick 6-second.
It's got to be less than 6 seconds. I really got to go.
Yeah, you do that.
Literally, all I was gonna say is blow the conch.
Oh dear. Okay. Hang on. Cheers.
Yep.
Yeah. You're back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out if you
At
can.
9th level, it'd be 19 objects. So that's 32. That's way higher than level spell could produce with animated object.
I'm just trying to figure out of which you can dispel the magic, and if so, at what level, because all it says is that these objects were created with a potent magic, which I would imagine would be a higher level than animate object.
But level 4 spell slot's potent. It didn't say like masterful or anything.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well let's and what's the Arcana check?
Just to know better, just in case.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so
I'm sorry, but just in case it made it easier for you
yeah.
from any perspective. But I mean, I would think, I'm elevating my magic to as much as I can, which is level 4 is, potent. Some shit ass stuff happens in level 4, so.
Gotcha. So are you are we targeting, and sorry to slow things down a little bit here, are you targeting, it just targets one, right? For each spell or higher on target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability, the DC equals, on a successful check, the spell ends. Like, can you target more than one thing with this dispel magic? Because based on what I'm reading, it sounds like you can only target one thing.
Magical effect if they are a unit. That's kind of where I was going with that, not with an individual creature. So I'm assuming that this is some sort of spell effect or magical effect that animates the group of them. So I was targeting that magical effect.
Yeah. The way I read it is that they were each animated individually. But I could be wrong.
Well, if you use the animate object spell, for example, it affects multiple targets, but it's still one spell.
Yeah. What it says is animated objects are crafted with potent magic, yada yada yada. So any thoughts or suggestions on because I don't think this is one spell that says, hey, you 32 people do stuff. She didn't cast that spell when she out of game. She didn't cast that spell before she left. They were animated objects to begin with, and she just gave them a command.
No, I understood that. I was thinking, though, that the animation magic that animated the group of them would have been one spell. I can't imagine someone spending all the time to animate a bunch of individual things that when they could do it with one spell. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe I'm wrong. That's part of my Arcana check. But
Yeah. I'm just reading a little bit more here. Thank you, buddy. My son just brought in a drink for me. I'm just reading into... I think they're each individually animated with magic.
really?
Yeah,
Would
but
I kind of sense that? Because I'm going for the effect, right?
yeah. I'll say these two things. Yes, you would kind of sense that, but at the same time, I'm willing to look at, like, you have to roll like DC for each spell or higher, make an ability check using your. I was going to say that you could make some sort of roll that would help us indicate how many that you could in this situation kind of take down at once.
Yeah, but if I that's why I mean I should have done the Arcana first, and that was my bad. But I'm just trying to think if I'm knowing that I'm wasting my time, that I'd have to do this for each individual one. It's too high of a spell.
Yeah, you might not have done it. You would have known that you would probably have to have blasted off many of these spells to take care of all 32 of them.
Okay, so can I retcon just a second? Now?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
So am I.
Spike growth.
Second. That works.
Okay, so where are you putting this?
Dead center. I'm conjuring it on them.
Okay, right on the chessboard thingy. Did you draw it on there? Because I can't see it, but I got a lot of things going on right now.
No, I just did the
Okay.
I just checked the radius.
We're green flaming this. Yeah, it's pretty much the 20-foot radius of 40-foot diameter. Yeah, it's pretty much the entire chessboard. Thanks. I was looking at something else while you're doing that.
I figure the ones on the outside will take at least a 5 or 10-foot one, and then everybody in the middle will take more.
Yep.
To get out. So
when a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d4 for every 5 feet of tread. Creature. Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that. Okay. Is that your turn?
And so what's left? Because my wolves, didn't get to do their thing, but so the kids are gone and both the nobles are gone.
Yeah, you can direct your wolves if you wish. You notice.
Tell them to protect us.
You ask them to protect you. Okay. I should have mentioned before you move the wolves that you notice that their ears and kind of nose peek up towards the greenhouse door there.
Okay.
And you are sensing something from there too as well, with your passive perception.
Give me a little bit more than that, if you can.
Just a rustling in the bushes and the trees, and some sort of movement sound. Just very faint. You're just on the edge of your consciousness.
Okay.
I think you're starting to understand why the Countess wanted to meet you here. Okay.
And I call out to Krev because I should still have some speaking and whatever.
Yep.
I call out to Krev. Be mindful, and Ventus, be mindful behind you.
Okay, and it is Krev's turn. Is Krev back? Maybe not.
Grove.
Do you want to give him a few seconds? He said he's going to cast Fly on everybody, right?
Fly on all of us, he said, yeah.
But I want to see if he reacts to what I said as well about the conch, because that'd be quite funny, I think.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think with everything going south, you would see the dragon. I think I said the dragon was a couple 100 feet away from you. You would see the dragon start to fly in towards you.
Swoop in for a breath weapon attack? Sounds great!
Well, I'll leave that up to.
Hey, sorry.
That's okay. We just got to you.
We decided to wait because you have to respond to Lord and then do it.
So a couple things have happened. The armor, the chess pieces started to animate, as you knew. Lore what was your comment about the conch?
Just look at Krev and I just shout, use the conch. Like, please.
And Brile has and the wolves have detected some sort of movement and rustling from the greenhouse behind Ventus there, but they don't know what it is. And Brile couldn't dispel the magic. Brile would take up too many spells to attempt to dispel the magic on all those chess pieces.
Yeah, there's too many of them.
And the dragon is you can see is starting to fly in from a couple hundred feet away, but still is a couple hundred feet away and not its turn. Her turn.
In which he conjured a spike growth all around the and on top of the chessboard.
That's fine. Okay, I guess we move to the end game. Now, this... Oh god. I had so many plans for Krev.
Man, I had so many plans for Laura, but sometimes she's got to double down.
Alright. I pull out the conch. Oh, and I give it a blow. With the intention of bringing Lore, Ventus, Brile, if necessary, the wolves, but I don't think that I can bring enough. And, hang on a second.
You've attuned to it, have you?
Sure.
Why not?
I've had it in my possession for long enough.
Yeah, no, that's
I
true.
don't have enough, I'm not at my limit for attuned items, so...
Yep.
That takes away from my spirit.
You see
And I do not bring the dragon.
okay.
If there's no- Sorry?
If you read the second paragraph there, so by blowing it you cast a teleport spell. The destination is fixed. There's no chance of mishap or whatever. Anyone teleported by the conch appears in a specific location. It doesn't allow teleportation to any other... I thought it said somewhere around here that... Oh, we got to look up the teleport spell. I was going to say, I thought it said somewhere around here about how many people you can take and stuff like that. So
Okay, that is very
Well,
important.
she took 4.
Yeah, because I'm saying if she couldn't take the people she took, then I want to roll things back.
Okay. This spell is...
Oh yes, because those children are getting eaten.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure she can take the people she took. This spell instantly transports you and up to 8 willing creatures of your choice that you can see within range, or a single object that you can see within range. I don't know why it dictates a single... Like, obviously your stuff on you is going to go to a destination you select. If you target an object, it must be able to fit entirely in a 10-foot cube, blah, 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 blah. Destination, blah, blah, blah. So, essentially, you and up to 8 willing creatures of your choice.
The flesh is willing.
Oh my. Do we want to take the dragon?
I mean, I want to take a dragon. But that's just me. At the end of the day, it's up to you, Krev. If you don't want to take it, don't take it.
Just one comment. You are taking a dragon to what you think is a giant court.
Yeah, no, we're not taking the dragon.
Well, what do you think is going to happen when we get there? We kind of need Felglos.
Dragons and giants don't get along.
Us and giants don't get along.
Thousands of years of, what's the right word? Animosity between us and the giants versus the dragons and the giants.
Yeah, what Krev is saying, if we take the dragon, they're going to see us as a threat and nothing else. If we don't go with the dragon, there's a
They
chance...
might see us as a curiosity that they'll speak to for a few minutes before crushing us all dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
But then
Felglos.
But if things do go south, it would be nice to have a dragon with us.
Yeah, well, if things go south in the court of King Hecaton, we're all toast. I mean, we were pushed to our limits against cloud giants. Storm giants will just squish us flat.
Do either of you have teleport? Just asking for a friend.
No.
Yeah, I have teleportation circle.
How long does
I
what's the cast
posted
time
it
on?
because I was looking for teleportation numbers, but there were no numbers. It just creates a portal, and then we can all go through it. But it only goes and connects to certain places, and I don't know if I got those yet from Brett.
I mean, to be fair though, I guess we can't really metagame this. I think we should just go through it.
Oh, no,
Like,
the action has been like all of this is superfluous. The action was I blow it and I take the 4 of us.
Okay, so we're not
Familiars,
deciding if we're taking the
obviously.
dragon.
We're not taking the dragon.
Oh, that makes it easy.
Okay.
Sorry for flaming this.
No, that's okay.
Green flaming. I started it off early on. It was so bad. It's just gone very slow since then. I apologize. Let's go.
That's okay. No, you guys, there's a lot going on right now. So at some point, another campaign or something like that, we may talk about table talk. But hey, we're all having fun, so that's the number one rule of D&D. That's and you mentioned Vorpal, you would know the major teleportation circles, like the ones that were given to you in Silvery Moon. I think it was Silvery Moon. No, Everland, and
Waterdeep.
You would at least know the one at Waterdeep. So other teleportation circles, it would have to kind of depend on your knowledge of them. Are they public knowledge? Did somebody tell you them? So what's you're blowing the conch? Conch?
Yes. The conch shell is being blown, and if we all die, I'm sorry.
And who are you taking with you? You can take up to...
Thor, Ventus, Barial, myself, Dreg, Minipenny.
You and up to 8 willing creatures, so 9 in total. You plus 8 more.
And the dragon.
Take the wolves at least. They're close.
Yeah, I'll take as many of the wolves as possible.
So
tell the dragon to polymorph, and then we'll take her.
So you can take 9 in total, including yourself. There's 4 of you plus the your familiars. There's 6. So you've got 3 more that you can take. So are those 3 going to be 3 wolves?
Yes.
And are the wolves willing? Are they intelligent enough to be willing? Sure, I guess. Yeah.
Well, Witchy just tells him, like, get the fuck in the thing.
Get in the car! Okay.
It's a sack and get in it.
Okay, so that's what you do. Everybody goes, including the familiars, and plus 3 wolves.
I think this is...
and the dragon stays behind. Is that what's happening?
I tell Felgalos, I will see you, and then I disappear.
Okay, and as you're disappearing, so sorry, that's what's happening, eh? Everybody plus 3 wolves.
You've given us ample opportunity to back out of this.
No, I'm just checking. I just want to know.
Headlong into the jaws of the beast.
Okay, and as you go,
get that damn bow back. God damn it!
As you disappear, you hear Fegalos yell after you, "I have your javelin up!" And then you don't hear anything else.
Oh, awesome.
Shall we take a 5 or 10 minute break? I have most of this set up anyways, but I could probably use a break at this point, a little bit of an early break, and then get back at it.
Yep, sure. We'll
Yeah.
They'll give you time to roll up new characters.
Yeah. So
I have my half giant ready.
Sorry, Dethick, what was that? And then we'll go to Witchy.
I said I have a few ideas. A couple of clerics and a possible skald or bard.
You'll need a cleric after this session, maybe.
What's a scold?
It's one of the two types of bard. You can basically do, I think, a lore, like a
Lore bard.
There's a lore bard, and then there's essentially a warrior bard, which is also referred to as a skald, which is a type of Scandinavian reference. Or is it Gaelic? One of the two.
I think it's Scandinavian.
Basically, the Scald gets 2 attacks, but less inspiration shit.
Yes. So I was figuring either a Dragonborn College of Valor bard, or basically a Dragonborn Skald, or a Tiefling or half-orc cleric. And but we'll see. I mean, my half-orc warlock may yet live, but I'm going to get more coffee. Cheers, guys.
Okay. And Witchy, what were you going to say?
I was just saying that my half giant anti-paladin is ready to go.
Oh, yeah?
I have no idea where that came from, but it works.
What is an anti-paladin?
Basically a chaotic
just a
evil
paladin.
Ooh, cool. Can
They
it like
was-
lay on hands and like bestow curses and disease and stuff or something?
Old school they used to be able to. Now it's just like a
Yeah.
paladin, but it's like a paladin something weird.
They don't have Is there any I don't know if they're kind of a warforged in 5e.
I remember the fallen paladins.
I think in like third or fourth they had like warforged paladins, and they were like
No, there was a species in the Eberron playing universe that was Warforged, where basically you were playing a construct that was roughly balanced to be human-ish in nature. And yeah, you could do a paladin, any class with a Warforged.
oh, so it wasn't a class.
No, it was a species. They probably still there's probably rules out there for it adapted for 5th edition, but I don't know if any are official. Anyway, coffee. Be right back.
Sounds good. I'm just being quiet because I'm setting up a few things anyways.
Let's be honest, Brett. You weren't prepared at all, were you?
No, I was prepared for this a number of sessions ago, but I just have to move 3 wolves onto it and a few other things. So
This is going to be awesome. I wish we could have taken Felgros because, dragon. But
yeah. But I mean, at least without Fogelos, we have a chance to live, and maybe I don't know.
out of you're gonna kill me for saying this, but out of game, I'm thinking the breastplate was sitting right there, and you still don't have the rest of your stuff. But at the same time, you had 32 people pounding down on you as well.
Yeah, I mean,
But that's also, in my mind, that's also realistic in that in the heat of battle, it'd be like, let's, holy crap, we're outnumbered. Let's get the heck out of here. Let's go to the court. And then it's like, crap, my stuff.
Yeah, that's the reason why I didn't want to like try and table talk it too much, because I think in that situation, like you just have to like make a choice and go with it. You can't just sit there and be like, hey, what's the best outcome, and kind of have that debate. It's like, look, you just have to make a choice and stick with it.
Yeah.
And just kind of do it in the spur of the moment. I think that's just the best way to play that.
Yeah, and that was
that's why I tried to animate objects that were already magic.
Yeah, that was. I felt bad about that when.
No, it's okay. It happens. It is what it is. And I thought animate object kind of worked like, I guess it's what is it, levitate or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Telekinesis.
I don't know. Telekinesis. There you go, bud. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Hey, we're all figuring out as we go along, and there's so much rules too to with D&D that you can't know it all, and I'm convinced when you watch Perkins, and I've seen interviews with him too, he's like, I make half the stuff up because A, I don't want to slow down the game, and B, I can't even know it all, but obviously he knows more than we do because he's kept it all in his mind and stuff like that, or
he wrote it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he literally lives and breathes it, so like that is his life.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm going to pop away for a moment. When I do come back, or as we're away, think about what happens to the polymorph spell on the brother, given that they all went poof and everything like that. Does that spell get broken? If you run into that guy again in the next few minutes, is he going to be a slug or a giant again?
It's a good question. We'll have to look at the polymorph spell.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, think about that for a couple minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Get back.
You ready, Brett?
Yep, I'm ready.
God's help us all.
You blow the conch. Well, let me get do that, and then we'll do this. And you feel this really weird displacement feeling, and you're a little bit discombobulated. I'll center you as you appear here. Everybody on that screen, kind of purpley.
Yep.
Yep.
And the first thing you notice is your head feels a little full, and your ears kind of pop as they adjust to the teleportation. But you have this kind of sinus. It's not incapacitating, but you just notice that you got a little bit of a pressure sinus headache
pressure
going on.
Differential. We just went from the clouds to under to just a moment for the head to equalize.
And the one thing I didn't pull up is the descriptions of this stuff, so let me do that right now as you figure out where the heck you are. There's a sigil below you that you can see, and you put two and two together when you look at the conch and realize it's the same sigil on the conch. So this is obviously the one place that they have it focused on. You see this natural cavernous kind of room, but obviously an unnatural stairway heading upstairs. You do hear some talking up those stairs, hurried talking. It certainly sounds like there is some sort of important discussion going on up the stairs, and you see a large pool in front of you, and then to your there's a hallway off to the east here, another hallway off to the north, and then a small corridor hallway this way where you do see a smaller pool of water.
Before we get started, remind me, what was the name of the storm giant princess that we needed to find?
Cersei, I believe it.
Thank you.
What do you do?
Sarissa, not
Sarissa, excuse me. Yeah, Game
Yeah.
of Thrones.
As we vamp in, Ventus looks down and he says, "Oh, it's a teleportation circle, the same as on the conch." And I pop my ears.
Yeah, Krev grabs his temples for a second. It's like, oh, that hurts.
Which is wondering where the warm nuts and towels are.
Yeah. And I look around. You said we heard talking. It's like, do we shout that she's lying? Ow.
Sorry, say that again. Do you
Do we
shout?
shout
Oh, that she's lying. Yeah. Whatever she's
And
telling
I-
you, it's lies.
And then I just go, ow, as I wait around or whatever for the pressure to equalize sort of thing.
And you find that the pressure doesn't necessarily equalize completely. You start to kind of get used to it. It's a bit of a dull thing in the back of your brain, but it doesn't go away.
Lovely. Okay. Boar? We're here.
I charge forward towards the noise.
As he runs away, I say, "Shall I make us invisible?" Oh, there he goes.
Well, it's
Don't die yet!
It's a big room. Again, the small squares are 5 feet. You are sized properly, and the large squares are 10 feet. So you could attempt to call him back before he gets too far.
No, I have my hands on my rapiers still sheathed in my belt,
Yep.
hands on them.
Yep.
I'm just charging forward towards the noise, and I'm shouting, "Sorry!"
Sorry, what do you say?
He's shouting the name of the giantess.
Oh,
Countess here.
well, you do that, and the noise comes from the stairwell to the west there. So if you're charging towards the noise, you're charging towards that stairwell.
Oh, God. I charge after him. Somebody's got to keep him alive.
So you're all heading up the stairwell. As you go quickly, you notice those hallways there with statues at the end. So
I guess they're what's it, giants.
At this point, you are going too quickly to figure it out. You just they're certainly a giant humanoid like, but if you're running up the stairs, that's all you know at this point.
Yep,
There's no way
that's
I
fine.
can just look with my arcane eye and see. They're magic, and if I try to animate them, they'll be like, "Fuck you."
You can throw a spell at them if you want. See if you can animate them.
No, I'm following my friend.
All
So,
right.
so you're all heading up the stairs, I take it?
No, wait. Brett,
Yep.
I can move and cast something at the same time, right?
Yes.
So move, yeah. So I use the incantation I have to get a free cast of detect magic, and what do I see?
Detect magic is a 30-foot radius, I think.
Probably.
Yeah.
1 second. Of course, I don't have it actually written into my spellbook.
That's
I just
okay,
have it
I'm pulling-
referenced in the incantation.
Pulling it
Sorry.
up on the SRD. 30 feet from yourself.
Okay, so obviously I'm not going to run towards the statue because that's not part of the narrative right now. But if I come across anything magical, please let me know.
Okay. Well, the first thing you sense magical is the sigil that you just left.
Yes, that much I kind of gathered.
And I don't believe you pick up on anything else magical. Okay. As you rush up the stairs, you hear a sound behind you, a big whooshing whoosh sound, and it sounds like a lot of water. And then you rush up the stairs, I believe.
Oh God, there's probably water or monster coming up behind us. Anyway.
And as you rush up the stairs, you see a large, called an antechamber, with lots of people hanging out.
Oh fuck!
We are so dead.
And before we go further, I did pose a question to Vorpal and Seth after you guys left, and good time to talk about it now. The polymorph spell, would that have? Do we still have a slug, or do we have a brother giant back?
There's no range on maintaining it, and I've been keeping the spell going. So okay. He's a slug because I'm not giving up on this.
It, right?
Yeah,
unless one of these guys.
Yeah, if one of them dispelled it, then I would have. I don't know if I would notice that the spell. I don't think
your concentration would lose, right? Disappear.
Yeah, you would know because you're not concentrating and you're freed up to concentrate on a new spell. So I think you would definitely know if they got dispelled or whatever.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you should feel a disconnect, I would think.
Yeah, and is it just one more question? Is it one of the? I'm reading it now, but is it one of those spells where you get to redo your saving throw at the end of each turn? I don't think so.
No, I think it's a crowd control, effectively. 1 second.
Yeah, I think. Anyways,
it's like a fail and die type of thing.
Yeah. Dispel magic would have been cast on that guy, and you would have felt that your concentration was disconnected.
Oh, he's not gonna like me.
And they would have lost a spell slot. Yay!
No, I don't lose a spell slot. That one I get once a day, once every long rest for free.
Nah, I meant they would for the dispel.
Oh, yes.
That's one less third level or higher that they cast that's going to not hit us.
Yeah, one less fireball that's going to be dropped in our heads. Anyway.
So, what you gather quickly as you rush up here, and heads turn towards you because they hear you coming, they hear Laura shout. You see a stairwell to the north. You see this, for lack of a better term, a glass window at the back here that looks out, and you are, Poseidon's undersea adventure right now. So you're just looking out onto blue water. There is a large crab here, and then you see the other characters, a couple of, I always mess up frost giants and storm giants. A couple of storm giants on either side of the crab. You see your friendly cloud giants and children. You see some storm giants here, and then a cloud giant, a fire giant, a frost giant, a stone giant. I feel like I'm missing one. But anyways, there's no hill giants hanging around. Interesting. And Countess Sinceri turns around and points at you and says, "There they are there." And the two storm giants up by the crab says, "Capture them." And the two storm giants start moving in your direction. What do you do?
I twin haste on Lore and Berial.
And I guess I should say they're not moving towards you, weapons drawn type of thing. They're moving towards you like a guard would move towards you.
Oh, but this is tough because on one hand, like Laura running up these stairs screaming, like he's got red mist in his eyes and he just wants to murder this countess. At the same time, it's like, if we don't talk, we're probably dead. So
I don't know. The one thing I just want to yell is that she's lying.
And Baral's going to try
She's
to
a
push up
murderer.
near the front as well because he wants to yell out, "We have a grievance with the council."
And if this does go south, we'll keep the initiative orders for no other reason than they're pretty damn good rolls. So if who are we missing there, Krev? If you want to throw yourself up, oh, you wrecked the party, Krev.
crap.
You're all doing so well. At least you all rolled in order. I think. Yeah, you did. So sorry, who's yelling at what?
So Baral yells out, "We have a grievance to present to the council."
And the one storm, the one storm giant up by the crab says, "Stand down, release your wolves, and come into our custody if you wish to talk." And then the other storm giant female, they're both females there, looks to her. Kind of dismayed and says they should be tried and killed. They are here without invitation. And the other one kind of shushes her. Okay, wolves go poof.
Okay.
And the storm giants continue to move in your direction to take you
Can
into
I ask something
custody.
out of character because my brain's not really working too well? I think I was migrating that day. But
Yeah, go for
with
it.
with the comp when we received it,
Yep.
how did we get it again? And what were there any terms associated with it or privileges?
We stole it.
You committed genocide at a hill giant.
No, we did not commit genocide. We killed almost no one.
not that
that
time.
female-
Capital down,
that
but that's
female
beside
giant?
the point.
You
All
went
we
in.
did was turn her into a sow and steal the conch and then set fire to her roof as we left.
As you, yeah.
In other words, she gifted it to us with her blessing to approach the council to offer our aid in this tumultuous time. That's how I remember it.
And then she accidentally knocked over a candle when she was walking around
She
as a
was
pig.
reaching for a ham.
We don't know anything about that because we had left by then.
Yeah, we saw it in flames. We figured she must have knocked over a torch reaching for a ham.
The one storm giant female sees Lore still having. Sorry, were the rapiers out or your hands were on the rapiers?
My hand was essentially on the hilt; they weren't drawn.
Okay, and she again says, "You will all stand down and come into our custody." And Vorpal, persuasion check. What was that for?
All right, so Vorpal will look up and address the crowd and say,
I'll give him
"As
an
it is
assist
written
on
in the
this.
days of yore, we will do this parlay. However, we will retain our status as equals among you and keep our weapons. Meet us as equals so we can resolve this conflict peacefully between us. That Countess is lying."
And the other storm giant female says, "You will not dictate what happens in the court of the storm giants."
Where is the Storm King, by the way?
And she says to you, "You will not ask questions."
I demand our arbiter be Sarissa.
And she, the kind of haughty storm giant female, just nods to the rest of the giants, and they all start moving in your general direction too. And she says,
So we get to keep our weapons, or
"You are not here to question or to negotiate. You will stand down immediately." So what do you do?
telepathically, I'm like sending out little messages to everyone along the way. I'm like, guys, we can't win this. We have to do this diplomatically.
I'm not casting anything on anyone. I'm just standing behind Lore, looking as intimidating as I can, given that I'm way shorter than everyone that's approaching.
And Sinceri says, I told you they were going to come here with lies. These are the murderers.
She's also a murderer.
They
What's the
killed
point?
my friend's brother. You can understand our hesitancy to part with our
This-
differences.
This woman killed my family. She stole my gear. She tried to imprison us and murder every single one of us. She's a liar and a fraud and needs to be brought to justice.
She
And
held
I'm
you
not worthy
hostage
of her
in a
title.
cage.
She held you hostage in a cave. And Krev, what was that?
And she is not worthy of her title.
And again, the haughty one, who's off to the left there, says, or haughty if Laura prefers that as well.
Oh, good for
Oh
you.
yeah.
Once again, she,
Death by snoo snoo.
Man, she is stacked.
jeez. Is this out of game conversation or is this PC
This is
conversation?
No, just Ventus is a 1-year-old man, I guess. I don't know.
She again yells out and says, you will stop asking the questions. You will stand down. We are here to determine what is going on, not you. And so it was essentially, and the other one off to the other side, who's a little bit more calmer, turns to the first one and says, Mirren, let us let us take our time with this. And she turns to you and says, what my sister is trying to tell you is that we need your grace and diplomacy here in the court of the Storm King. And then she says, Queen, she says, I ask you to be on your best behavior and to stop these threatening actions and questions so that we can come to an answer plainly.
Can I talk to Barial telepathically too, or does he have to initiate it?
As long as I've initiated it, you can respond with telepathy. And I did say I was like jolting back and forth between you guys.
I'm probably gonna like ask for a silent consensus among the group. Just like, shall we give them what they want?
And while you're doing that and thinking, Sensori's answer to all this, I know she can't hear what you just said, is why are we playing to their questions and needs? They're here uninvited and they're murderers, and we should be dealing with them now. And then you're having your telepathic conversation.
I put my my hand on Laura's shoulder, trying to basically get him to calm a little bit, despite the fact that my blood is boiling inside, but I don't want to get stepped on. And basically, she's rather desperate for someone who thinks she's right.
Ventus will pipe in with, I don't think we can win this fight, guys.
Oh, this is not a fight.
I don't think we can survive an egress.
Dreg, sorry, not Dreg. Greg, acting very passive right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hand on Laura's shoulder, trying to get him to calm down.
Yeah, I think as he feels Krev's grip on his shoulder, he just he starts to like the red kind of seeps from his eyes a little bit, and he's just like, kind of like calms down a little bit and just starts breathing like properly, just trying to get a feel for the situation.
Brow steps forward and says, we absolutely respect the authority and acknowledge the authority of this court and are here to petition to the court in in legal means, and we by all means are not meant or intending to be hostile in any way, and we do come into your custody willingly, acknowledging that the authority of the court should hear us and our petition.
And they see that you are calming down, and they nod to the two storm giants closest to you and says, "Bring them forth." To which Sansiri is obviously in a huff, but she holds her tongue, and they lead you forward, and I'll just move you all as a group. To the edge of that basin there. You see a corridor to your south with two hill giants standing beside a doorway. You see a stairway to the north, and then another passageway off to the northwest there. And the more abrasive of the two, again the one kind of to the north there, that was mentioned as Mirren, says, "What brings you here? You have been charged with attacking our giant folk, and killing our members and stealing from us. And in fact," and she points to Krev, who, she points to you whether you have the concha or not. In fact, you have one of the conchas that allows you to enter into the storm giant's court, which has obviously been stolen from one of our kin. And then the other one says, what my," and she says, "Calm, sister." And she says, "What my sister is saying is that you have had charges brought against you, and you are coming here with your own allegations. You can understand how challenging this must be."
Yes, my lady, we understand. Sorry, thinking for a second.
Mm-hmm.
These are trying times for us all. We have been made aware of the absence of the Storm King Hecaton. And his absence has caused a great deal of concern amongst the peoples of the north of Faerun. The actions of the giants towards the people of Faerun has not always been understanding. We've been trying to sort things through and find out what's going on in an attempt to preserve what was the status quo that allowed us all to carry on with our lives.
And as you're saying this, Sansiri's not going to hear any more of it, and she says, "Lies. These are all lies." And
you be quiet, murderess.
And she just keeps on going, and she points to Laura and says, "Disappearance of your father." And she points at Laura and says, "He is part of the disappearance. He is part of."
You murdered his brother, and you're trying to take over the Storm King's court for yourself. You've been trying to promote the Storm Giants to the top of the ordering since the Storm King disappeared. How do we know that you're not the one that did it?
She says,
"We have proof, woman!"
And she says, "I have proof. He is part of the Lord's Alliance." And he points directly at Lore.
One cannot pick one's parents, madam.
The very people that killed your mother, and the very people that are probably behind the disappearance of your father.
Oh shit.
I have seen him wear their sign.
Many things, but it's mostly only interested in its own continuance.
I subtly try to hide the Lord's Alliance mark.
I don't think you have the Lord's. Well, the cape is no longer with you.
The cape's a little obvious, dude.
Well, the cape is no longer with you, though.
Yeah, that's true. The cave is no longer with me.
Your black ninja.
She's probably like fucking holding it.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened to my cloak of protection, bro? What happened? Does she have that as well?
Of course.
You had your pants, and that's all you had,
Oh my god.
and the stuff
No,
that you
were
bought.
Lovely pants.
What's that?
They were lovely pants.
Oh yes, they were.
And they accented everything just perfectly.
As
Do you know how hard it is to find a good tailor in Faerun? Oh my goodness.
as Robin Williams once said, they're so tight that you could tell their religion.
The religion.
Oh
yeah.
my god. Not necessarily true.
True enough. So that's so Sensiri and Krev are just going at it, yelling over each other, and the sisters are obviously bristling at this because the charges have been laid against you that you are attacking giant folk and you are part of the Lord's Alliance, which, according to Sensiri, is has something to do with the death of their mother. And the calmer of the two, getting a little bit irate at this point, says, "You need to speak quickly and plainly what brings you to our court."
An attempt to restore the ordning so that nobody more need die.
And also to get my items back. But that's like, not. That's not as pressing.
At that point, I tighten my grip on Laura's shoulders, like, arrest.
And Sensiri still holds the bow and sword, and at that comment, she says, "Yes, the items that they want back includes the giant slayer rapier that I've been telling you about. Why would they come attacking giants with weapons that are specifically imbued with magic to hurt us and kill us?"
Because the Oracle told us we needed to prepare for evil within. And we have come here in the hopes of finding that evil and help righting the ordinary.
Well, I was nodding along. Yep, the way he said.
I'm going to totally bluff that shit, so if you want me to roll something?
And sorry, what part of you bluffing? Because you certainly...
We have been to the Oracle, and she did tell us this shit.
Yeah, I was going to say, what part of that was a bluff?
There's no lying in that.
I don't know. Well, then I said the wrong thing. Whatever makes it better.
And the truth will set ye free.
And Brile, with your passive perception, you notice a glance go between the frost giant and the cloud giant, and
Okay.
oh wow, lots to juggle here. The more fiery of the two, Mirren, turns to her sister and says, "Nim, it seems clear that these puny small folk are only attempting to take advantage of the situation, and that what we are hearing are lies. How could they bring the ordning back?" And Nim kind of holds up a hand and says, "You say that you have been to the Oracle. How would folk such as you be allowed into the Oracle?"
What was his name? What's our friend?
Harshnag.
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 And what was the
showed us-
ghost names? We were sent by the will of Harshnag and whoever the ghost kid was that got killed.
Yeah.
Is someone doing laundry?
Is that you, Brile?
I was walking down the stairs. I wasn't doing laundry.
We heard it.
I hear-
Every creak.
I
I have
hear.
creaky old stairs.
Yeah, I hear music and I hear what sounds like throwing large items around.
Shoes
Yeah,
in the
okay.
laundry.
Yeah.
Try to be quieter. Oh, there was laundry downstairs a little while ago.
Okay.
Maybe you heard that.
Yeah. Oh shoot. Where were we?
She was trying to get us to basically prove how we would be in contact with the Oracle of the Allfather.
Yes, and you said Harshnag and the
Harshnag let us in.
Ghost Son,
and
which I can't
we
remember.
Performed tasks for the Oracle to retrieve artifacts of giant kind and restore them to the possession of the Oracle, which we did to find out where we might contact lords of your species.
Mm-hmm. And you decided to contact them by attacking their homesteads and their people?
Well,
No.
What
No,
kind of
we
what kind of
weren't-
contact is this?
well, the first contact with the Hill
Well-
Giants was made by them raiding the surrounding areas and attempting to eat everything, including the humans. You can understand why this would be somewhat frowned upon.
And distressing.
And then we find out that Countess Sinceri happily executed a guest in her own home by throwing him over the side.
This is a cookie.
This is hardly the act of a aristocrat, more like a thug.
And she turns to Mirren and Nim and says, "Lies again, all of them. We've only defended our homestead."
From a guest?
What guest are you? Out of game, what guest are you referring
Lord's
to?
brother?
Brother.
I don't know if Laura's brother was ever a guest there.
She said that he
No
was. That he came, they talked, he asked too many questions, and then they decided to throw him over the side.
Yeah, I think the idea was that he was investigating the
Yep.
disturbance in the Evermoors, and
Yeah.
I guess that he came across her castle.
Hey, wait,
But-
can you mute, please?
Sorry.
But she would have had to. He would have had to invite him. Like he would have never been able to got there by himself unhindered unless she invited him, right?
Yeah.
Like, there would have obviously been a conflict otherwise.
Yeah, what remains is how he actually got to the castle, but yeah,
Magic.
that's
Magic, dragons, what have you.
yeah. Well, Sansiri says again, she's standing by her statement that she was defending herself.
Well, if they ask why we went there, we say we came seeking parley. They attacked us, so we defended ourselves. And then, obviously, we were sent here by the Oracle. We have a mission to come and talk to you. We are finally here. Please let us talk about the matter at hand.
And
Breaking of the ordning and the cancer that is growing within your own council.
And Nim, the more calmer one, holds up a hand and says, "These items are far beyond you, and only for the court to and my sister to deal with.
Do
We
you
have-"
want the evil dragons to win?
And she
You
kind of
want
looks.
the ordning back.
She kind of looks
Do
at.
you want the ordning back? Yes, that's a good question, my friend.
She looks at you, and the dragon comment. She just kind of gives you a bit of a look, like you're baiting her now. And with the ordning comment, she says again, "You are meddling in areas that are not yours to deal with. We need to discuss among ourselves how to go ahead. In the meantime, we will offer you guest rooms down below. You'll be escorted there while we make our decisions."
I look around.
I would. I do a slight bow to both of them and say, "My ladies, keep in mind, we are elves and men and half-orcs of some means. If there is a suicide mission that you need done to, say, recover your father, should you know where he is, we'll go get him for you. We're willing to be of service." And then I shut up.
Give me an insight check, Krev.
Oh, this is going to go over well.
Yay!
You see a look dart between the two sisters, and then Nim looks back at you and says that we will not require services such as yours. You pick up that something ain't right there.
Yeah. Where's your other sister? The Oracle spoke of a third.
and she says, you'll refer to the queen as such.
Sorry, you blacked out. You refer to the
Oh,
what as such?
yeah, sorry. You'll refer to the queen as such. The storm queen. She's taken offense to the fact that you're just going, hey, where's your sister? And you are speaking of the queen.
Oh,
It's like you going to Princess Margaret going, hey, where's your sister?
yeah. Well, I'm sure that people who aren't actually subject to the queen will do that.
Not a half-orc in a storm giant's court.
Oh,
won't.
yeah. My apologies.
She is busy and overwhelmed with important matters to deal with this. This is why she leaves these matters to us.
Oh, I see. Well, perhaps you can convey our respects.
And she says, if needed, your respects will be conveyed. You will now retire to your rooms while we discuss.
I'm sure we will.
And
Before we go, I would like to ask her if we can please have the human-sized weapons that clearly belong to us back in our safekeeping, so we can ensure they are not destroyed before your verdict is decided. And can I persuade them to
Yeah, I
do
was
so?
about to say, you're probably going to need a persuasion for that.
you can attempt a persuasion.
Can I assist him on this? I know that he needs it. but-
24.
This is where checks like
I'm
this.
just really pointing out the fact that they're holding tiny little weapons and they're scared of them. They're giant giants. Come on, man.
But I
They're
do
not
want to.
scary items.
I do want to assist Paul and just say, like, look, the weapons, the things she has in her possession right now belong to me. And would they still be attuned to me? Sure, they would work. Cause I've not, like, even though they've been taken from me, they're still attuned to me. Is that how it works? Or that?
I think there's an issue there. I'm just looking up attunement in the SRD here. I don't believe they are. A creature must end additionally. A creature's attunement to an item ends if the creature no longer satisfies the prerequisites for attunement, so that's other stuff. If the item has been more than 100 feet away for at least 24 hours, which your trip to the Silvery Moon would have taken care of that. Or if the creature dies or another creature attunes to the item.
Look, I carved my initials on the breastplate. Okay, it's mine.
Well, the breastplate's back on the castle.
I thought she had the breastplate and the sword in her hand.
No, she grabbed the bow and the sword.
We left the breastplate behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just, yeah. All right, we play it through.
This is where I find rolls kind of challenging because I don't think that they would be persuaded at all in a situation like this to hand them over, unless they felt that they were inconsequential. But since Sari and Miriam will have nothing of it, and say you are lucky to retain the equipment that you have.
Let's just say that the high roll means that there's no negative fallout from the ask.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, there's just some certain situations that even if you rolled critical, they're not going to just all of a sudden go, oh, well, yes,
no worries.
of
I
course.
just
Yeah.
wanted to try.
Yeah, but yeah, good try. So the storm giant, the two storm giants are going to lead you to, and actually, you know what? Let me put some name tags under some of these people so that. There. They're going to lead you back down the stairs to where you came from.
Can I just say that I have a storm here, just in case I disappear, because my power went off twice last storm. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're storming right now. We're clear blue skies here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, we're storming.
Yeah, you moved to
And
the wrong
The
city.
trees are bending.
Oh wow. We are supposed to actually get a pretty good storm here in the afternoon, so maybe it's coming.
Okay. Well, if I disappear, that's why I'll try to get back on through mobile.
Yep. Sounds good. Okay, so are you guys led back downstairs?
I'm not picking a fight with a fucking storm giant.
Yeah, I don't want to. At the same time, I want to do something very stupid.
Yeah, no. Tighten grip. Full lore with me downstairs,
Okay,
following the storm giants.
I'm just
What's this
quoting.
big blue thing in the middle of the room, by the way, Brett?
That's
What is that?
that's a pool of water. Let me see if I can't give you a little bit more description here.
So you're saying it's difficult terrain?
Yeah, So the ledge that the storm giant women are up on with the crab is 15 feet. I think it's just a pool. Like, you've been standing by it long enough that. There's no. It's just a pool. Well, those big, large conches that you see spout water out, and they're sitting there with conch shells drinking, or at least they were before you guys showed up. Yeah, it's just a pool of water, as far as I can tell. It's interesting that they don't indicate it. It's a coral fountain. Why don't they mention that? Oh, here it is. Mussel shelled tables. So those are those big shells that you see, and a giant coral fountain in the lower part of the room. It spouts fresh water. Yeah. So it would be difficult terrain.
Okay, so it'd be difficult if you just jump over this, run over, and hold one of her children hostage.
I would say so, given the distance and everything like that.
So I'm just fucking around. Let's go. Let's go.
Alrighty. Everything's going to go black here for a second.
So these guest quarters, I'm assuming, are cells.
You'll see. So they lead you down this this corridor here. And they open a door. And let me give you some information while they do this. So if you want to move your tokens all the way down there. And as you're walking down, you see the statue is a life-size stone statue of a female storm giant holding a harp and wearing a gown of purple coral. The doors themselves, 15 feet tall, 7 feet wide. And as you look into the doorway there, you can see this is one of the few rooms that so far you've seen that have medium-sized furnishing. 5 beds, rug, a barrel of drinking water, empty dresser, and an empty wardrobe, and they point you into that room.
Well, here we are.
Yeah. And Vince is asking you if there's any magic in those statues. How long does Detect Magic run for again?
Well, I'll just cast again on my way down.
Oh, okay. No, you don't detect any magic nearby other than the sigil.
It's a nice mundane statue I mentioned as we walked past.
And the storm giants just kind of huff a little bit, but they don't really respond to that.
That's fine. I was talking to Ventus.
Oh, okay. And I assume you all go in?
Yep, Ventus smiles.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, they close the door behind you. They stay out in the they stay out in the hallway, and you don't hear them walk away. So you assume that they're out there guarding the hallway.
Ventus looks to Krev and says, "So, all right, yeah, you took us here, and now we're in this room."
And with that, I'm gonna
Yep.
step away for a quick 60 seconds, but you're gonna be left there for a little while anyway, so you guys can kind of discuss amongst
Talk
yourselves.
amongst ourselves.
Yep, and I'll be back in about 60 seconds.
Anyway, I'm going to pull out my crystal ball,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to scry upon Queen Sarissa. I want to find out what
Crystal
conditions
balls.
he's
We got
in.
that again. Hold on.
I am straight up in his shit right now. Like, I'm looking over his shoulder. I'm being a nuisance, but this is fascinating to me.
Okay, so let's see here. You can scry to same plane, and this is going to be
There it
modified by how well. Okay, yeah. So you have heard of the target, so that's going to be a +5.
Yeah.
You've not met,
This
you don't
is
know it well, so yeah, this is, and you. I don't think you have anything else to reduce the modifier, so it's going to be a +5, right? I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
What if we send Jerry out to find her first, and then you can know what she looks like?
And then I won't need to scry.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
That's
point.
the follow-up plan. If I if this fails, option 2 is to invisible Jireg, and although I'm going to get you to do it because I want to save my last spell.
Yes.
And I'll go basically piloting the little drone around the place.
Yeah, well, the reason I mentioned scrying is because I know Krev can obviously rest and get his spell slots back if we need to. That short
Yep.
rest.
I'm assuming they let us stay here for an hour.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do the roll here. Serissa. Oh, I can do it just that way. Okay, so it's a wisdom saving throw on her side.
That's assuming she doesn't want to be found.
Yep. Against your spell DC. But she gets another +5 to her wisdom saving throw. What's your spell DC?
A 16.
And she rolled a 20.
Dang.
So for the second time that I've tried this, it's basically a mild headache as my sight comes snapping back into my head. It's like, I will get the hang of this yet. Ow. Dreg, how would you like to be invisible and fly around and find the queen for us? I'm hoping he nods.
Oh, you're waiting for me to answer that?
Yeah, I'll just have, well, sure. Dreg will basically have a wistful and nod. And gets turned invisible by Ventus.
And how long do you think you've been in this room for, based on the conversations you've been having and attempting to scry and stuff like
maybe
that?
5 minutes.
Yep.
We're moving quick here.
Yep. Okay.
I'm going to go knock on the door and
You don't have
just...
to. Dreg can probably fit underneath. It's a 15-foot
really?
tall door, right?
Okay, so give me a stealth roll for him as well.
All right.
Based on how quietly he'll be able to fly around and do stuff.
Not that bad.
17. Okay. So he sneaks underneath the door, and I'll get him underneath the door in a second.
Pull him through for me. Doctor, I'm on death's door. Hang on a second, I'll pull you through.
I go about making up camp, like making something nice, maybe a drink. Who knows? Who wants
And sorry, go ahead. Who wants what?
tea?
Oh, I do.
I'll take some.
Now, as Jureg shuffles underneath the door, he gets underneath the door. He gets onto the other side, and the two giants standing at their guard look in his general direction or to the door, as if they have heard something, and they look at each other,
Stays very, very still.
and they kind of keep looking back and forth, kind of waiting. They don't seem to make any movement, but they obviously heard something happening. They're trying to figure out whether it was this noise inside the room. Obviously, they can't see Jureg.
I yawn loudly and say, "Let me know when the tea is ready." And I go as lumberingly as a half-orc can compared to these guys. Basically, I'm making noise. At which point, I send to Jureg, use the cover of the noise.
Okay, they seem to relax a little bit, although they are on guard.
All right. I attempt to get Jureg to sneak by them, and I will let you, of course, determine how successful this is. If it looks at any point like they're about to reach down and grab him, he scrambles back to me immediately.
They don't reach down and grab, but they act as if like a wind or something has just gone by them, or so they hear him fly by. And they look at each other again, and now they're getting.
Well, I was thinking he was going to crawl, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, then they hear him. They hear some scuffling along the ground. So at this point, it's pretty obvious that they are picking up on hearing something.
Never mind. Just bring my familiar back before he gets stepped on.
And you hear a bang at the door, and you hear a
Yes,
gruff
I
voice
know
say,
we won't do that again.
"Keep it down, whatever you're doing." So you guys sit around and have a little bit of a spot of tea and such? Anything else while you're waiting?
Yeah, I know. We braid each other's hair, paint our nails, a little bit chat, guy talk.
Guy talk. You hear after about 30 minutes or so, you hear some conversation outside the door, and then you hear a knock on the door.
It's your castle. What can we do for you?
And the door opens.
Or should I have said, we're decent, you can come in.
And
when I see Mirren, I stand.
Mm-hmm.
Trying not to offend.
I stand too, trying to measure how large her rack is.
You straight people.
The storm giant has a great ass, though. I'll tell you that much. You're sitting there thinking, football pants. This would look great. I can't believe we didn't hear a comment from Brile at that time too. Or
I'm here.
Yeah. You're behaving yourself after whatever comment you made while I was away.
Pretty much.
Mirren says, quite gruffly, she's not the nice one of the two sisters, as you've picked up by now.
Yes, I know. This doesn't bode well.
Yeah, and she says, we are ready to pass judgment. You are to come with us back to the antechamber above. And she, you hear a couple footsteps. You imagine that the guards are still out there, and you hear them starting to walk away. She doesn't even wait for your answer.
So just before we step out, I pet Jureg and kiss him on the forehead, and it's like, if this goes badly, try to get safe.
Mhm.
And then I turn to Lore, and it's like, if this goes badly, I wish we had had more time. And I just give him a giant-ass hug. And then I kiss him full on because I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to do that again. And once I put him back on the ground, yeah, I'm ready.
Lore's just like stunned. He's like, like kind of a little bit flustered. He's like, oh,
Yeah, when facing death, make sure you say your goodbyes.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna die here.
Ventus looks around and says, "It's been a pleasure."
Yeah,
Guys,
I give Ventus a hug, just a hug. And same with Barile, despite the fact that I'm imagining that he's going, stop, stop!
I just look at both of them and I'm just like, guys, like, I think you're speaking too soon. If worse comes to worse,
I'd like not to die, I just want to have done this anyway. And then I proceed to walk out the room and follow them.
and as he walks out, I look at Ventus. I say, do you have a way of getting out of this place if worse comes to worst?
And leave my
Be a
friends?
spell.
I do, but that I don't know if that can leave you if you were in need of me.
Can you take anyone else, or is it just you?
Perhaps one other person.
But do we even know how to get out of where we are?
If you could take one other
No.
person, I say, put my hand on his shoulder. I say, escape this place with Krev, and don't take me.
Wait, what?
Look, shush you. I say, look, just promise me that if worst comes to worst, like, take Krev and go. It's better that you two escape. I mean, I don't want to leave Barile here, but I don't.
I'm not too worried.
Kreb, do you hear this? Are you nearby?
No, I'm assuming that I'm out of, like, I'm trying to follow the, like, I think basically the hugs and just the flat-out kiss probably stunned some, I don't know. But I was figuring that after that, it's like, okay, I'm ready, and I walk out, and assuming that you guys would be following behind, so no, I do not hear this.
And
I nod to Lore, and I send Penny to go sit on Kreb's shoulder, and then I will use minor illusion to speak through Penny and tell him that if shit hits the fan, you and I are going to go invisible. Flee, come back and save our friends. We cannot all die here today.
Sorry, is there, yeah, I know that you don't have the way, I look at Penny and tell your master I understand.
And you
Penny nods, and she kind of settles in next to your shoulder. She's not going to be going anywhere.
Okay, so I have a pseudo dragon on one shoulder and an owl on the other.
Yes, sir. And as I come up, I'm going to whisper behind you, stay close.
And
Yes,
you hear Miriam's voice from inside the hallway saying, "The storm court will not wait for you."
We're coming. I'm not saying that. That's me basically telling you that we're going.
Yep.
I'm not actually responding to Mirren, aside from moving.
Okay.
Hey, Rob, are you coming?
Yeah, hold on.
Jeez. I'm assuming that's referring back to.
I just caught up on that.
I don't know what you're talking about. That was purely innocent.
That's just
face it, the
such
four
dirty
of us,
minds.
nothing is bloody innocent.
yes. The storm giant guard and Mirren keep walking towards the stairwell.
Here's me wondering if I should have conjured a bunch of invisible fairies to come with us.
The answer
Well,
is yes.
They would have been able to comment on their fashion sense anyway.
If you have a chance to conjure invisible fairies, the answer is always yes.
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
And if you fail the saving throw, we wind up with what?
Invisible fairies. Let's see how that goes.
Oh, that would be shitty. Maybe they could hide.
Sorry, push to talk at the wrong time.
It's all right. Success means a roll lower. Yep.
So I'll do my sprites or whatever the hell they are. Or pixies, rather.
Yep. And give me a stealth roll on the pick. You're doing them invisible.
They are automatically invisible unless they become visible, and they are flying.
Okay. Okay. Give me a stealth roll on them to see how quietly they are flitting about.
Yeah, just give me a sec. I'm just checking their plus on stealth.
Yep.
Also, I imagine they're not going to be like right up next to us. They're going to be a little bit behind and follow us up, just so it's not so loud. I have no idea how loud a sprite's wings are.
Well, given that they have a +7, I imagine based on their size and stuff, they're
Pretty silent.
yeah.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
They're okay. So you follow Miriam and the storm giant guard. They head towards the stairs. Just as they get to the stairs, she looks over her shoulders, her shoulder. I don't know if you can look over both at the same time, and says, "Kill them." And then she and the guard continue to walk up the stairs. And I will put you back in the. No, we're gonna do new. Initiative orders because it's been long enough.
Wait, so repeat that for me. Who just said to kill whom?
She says kill them, and as you walk into this room here, you notice the stone, fire, cloud, and frost giant from up that were in the room up above.
Well, that's
So much for the.
Let us
so
roll
much for-
initiative.
Let's roll initiative. Yes.
Oh Lord.
Holy fuck, come on. Man, I had 2 perfect initiatives so far. And
Oh, for fuck's sake.
can we re-roll this?
wow,
for it?
guys, we really outdid ourselves. Fantastic work, team.
We were even prepared.
No, look, we spent too much time braiding each other's hair. Like, it just, oh, that's it. Like,
You're an elf. Braids are masculine.
of course they are.
And Ventus loves the beads in his beard too. So
I mean, look, who doesn't? Come on, let's face it. It looks beautiful, fabulous even.
The storm giant will drop his initiative order down below Miriam's so that he can stay in step with her. Oh, lots to juggle. So please give me a second while I. Why isn't this guy's sheet opening up?
it's because he's dead. So we'll take him off the map.
Sorry, guys, 1 second. There we go.
Well,
His
What are
speed-
the things on the teleportation circle?
What are they?
Yes.
that's a stone giant and a fire giant.
Brett, before anyone does anything, can I just say something to the giants?
Yeah, go for it.
So, is Mira, was that her name, Mira?
Miriam, yeah, Miriam.
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 I just say to her, have you ever heard the Tower of Lord the Giant Slayer? It's really
And
important what she answers.
have you ever heard of the tale, Lord the Giant Slayer?
Yeah.
Of Lore the giant.
Lord the
Slayer.
Giant Slayer.
Yeah. She gives you a sideline glance and doesn't react at all.
And I just scoff and I say, I thought not. It's not a story the giants would tell you.
Oh, jeez. All right, this guy will move 40 feet up next to, I think that's Krev.
Oh, that was a
yeah, the one in the north. That's me.
Yeah, who's Krevin? Who else is there? There's somebody else.
Jareg
Oh,
has
Jareg.
on one shoulder and Mini Penny on the other. That's why the clusterfuck of names.
Gotcha. And he's going to Great Club you twice.
I'm disappointed you guys didn't get. I'm disappointed you guys didn't get
dead
me.
already.
Sorry,
All right.
what was that, Krev?
I just laughed. I might be dead already.
Oh, gosh.
My AC is 13. My hit points are 84, but I know he does a shit ton of damage.
Of course.
Holy mackerel. Well, I rolled, and what did you say, Seth?
I said I'm disappointed you guys didn't get my reference.
Lore the Giant Slayer?
No, when I said to him, it's not true. The Giants would tell you. It was a Darth Plagueis the Wise reference, okay?
Oh, it's not something the Jedi would tell you. Right.
So is that a Vanna White reference?
You guys.
No, I got it after you mentioned that it was a reference. But I don't usually think of that movie because it's awful.
Look, okay, it is awful, but there are good parts in it. Just a few good parts. It's not.
Yes.
Maybe.
The performance of the fellow doing Palpatine was basically the best part. But...
Well, I mean, look, we're talking about Ewan McGregor here because he was like the best part of the whole.
Oh yes, there is that. Yeah. Like the only bit where it's you actually felt some emotion in the whole thing was his bit at the end where it's you were supposed to save the Force, not blow it up, or whatever the hell his line was. But, yeah.
Yeah, when he's lying burning on the ground there.
Yeah.
Man, there's a whole funny thing as well online where people are like people are actually curious, like, hey, did his junk get burned off because he was like face down on like the rock bed when obviously the rest of his clothes were burned. So did he's like,
Yeah.
Yes,
did that get
probably.
singed?
This is why he is so annoyed for the rest of the movie.
See, and that's the part as well. That's where his anger comes from. I mean, you can understand it really.
Just sexual
But
frustration.
Yeah, it's just
hold it in.
total blue balls for 3 movies.
I'm sure those got burned off too. He's just got a complex.
Very relatable.
Okay, so the first swing against Krev, and I had it set to whisper, so I've changed that. But anyways, the first swing was a 17, and the next swing is this should be out in the open now. Ooh, a 24.
It also hits.
So
the
17 damage plus the first one was 21, so 38.
Oh, jeez.
Ow. Yes, that is an owl. Frost Giant Dude is going to sidle up against Lore. And what's he going to do? He's got his Great Axe. Actually, he's going to throw a
dodge.
He's going to throw a net at Ventus.
Good luck, I'm Bubble Boy.
Oh, and it was a terrible throw. 7.
Yeah, not even.
I say you went to underhand it, not overhand.
Yeah. And
oh wait,
sorry, go ahead.
No.
It'd be cool if it came at me and I saw it, and then like the fire build pulsed and it just like burned up.
Mirren's going to hot tail it up the stairs with her Storm Giant bodyguard. So they just both bolt.
Fuck you going? Where you going?
What's that?
No, I just mused to myself like, where you going? Like.
And Krev, I had you do an insight check a little while ago, right?
Yes.
Do another one at advantage, please. Okay. You swear you see a look between the Cloud Giant and Frost Giant down on the southern part of the room there, while then the Cloud Giant heaves his morning star at Bryle. Oops. Oh, crits against Bryle.
Wow.
And then the other one's a 15. Does the 15 hit?
No.
Does your shit go away?
We're gonna find out.
Oh shit.
So 38 damage.
So 38 and a half is
19.
Yep. So you have to beat a 19 on a Constitution save, I believe.
Was that like 10%?
And it's 1 in 5. Sorry.
Your shit goes away.
All right.
This guy's turn. I don't think he can quite make it to Ventus, so he's going to sidle up against
Oh God.
Krev there.
2 hits.
And
Oh God. Sorry.
yeah.
I need to go AFK for a split second. Sorry.
No problem.
Something's not right with. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Well, it's up to Brett if it hits both of them, but it'll
Yeah.
at least hit one of them.
This guy's right up against you. I'm gonna go ahead for Krev there. So this guy here comes charging in, and just puts his shoulder down, and lays into Krev, who is going to give me a DC strength check, which I'm going to roll for him.
Sorry about
Oh,
that.
you're back?
Sorry.
That's
I'm
all right.
back, I'm back.
The fire giant runs at you and puts his shoulder down and lays right into you, and I need a strength saving throw, DC 19, please. You are knocked prone.
I'm not surprised.
And Laura, it's your turn.
Okay. Just trying to think. Okay, I'm just gonna attack this guy in front of me. The frost giant.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna rapier.
Wow, there's some good rolls.
He's back, baby.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the first one misses.
What? Come on, Brett. Don't do this to me.
The second one hits, and the third one hits. And you're now in fight number 2, since you've been rescued and everything like that, and you're just feeling that you're not quite yourself.
Okay. For a limp 19 damage.
Did your green flame go off?
No, not yet.
I'm
still holding it.
All the other innuendo you've thrown out there. I don't know if you meant that one, but that one was great too.
See, I didn't mean it entirely, but I mean I kind of did a little bit.
It's just natural now.
Natural at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you cut into him for 19. And is that your turn?
How big is he again? He's giant size, right?
Yeah.
Can I run through his legs? Can I maneuver through his legs? Slide, run, dash.
I believe so. I think movement has something to do with if you are 2 sizes different.
Yeah, if the 2 sizes larger, you can move through it, right?
Yeah, I think it's still difficult terrain, but you can move through it. Whereas before, you wouldn't be able to. I'm just trying to look quickly. There's one more place I'll look, but I think you can. Where are you planning on going?
Just directly behind them, like that.
Okay. Moving around other creatures. 1 second here. You can move through a hostile creature's space only if the creature is at least 2 sizes larger or smaller than you. It's still difficult terrain though, however. So I would say yes, because you're medium and he's huge or whatever.
Yeah. So I would just want to just, like, stab him and just dash for his legs.
Okay. All right, you can do that. He's huge and you're medium.
Done and done. That's my turn.
Again, before it's the end of your term, like, I was serious about the green flame. Couldn't you use that as like a freebie?
Look, I've been burned 2 times before.
Just use it.
We need every friggin' point we have. Psionic or telepathically, I would have been saying, use your green flame!
We literally have a phrase now which is called green flame in it. Do you know how much that upsets me? It upsets me so much. I'm so scared to use this skill that I just don't want to touch it ever again. I'm gonna leave it. Yeah.
It's said with love.
I think it's time for you to attempt to get over your green flame affliction.
We're here for you. Hold my hand, sir. Come on, I like that green flame.
I'm looking at where is it again? Can you throw it in the?
Rev, stroke his head.
Where is it on your sheet again?
I deleted it, bro. That's what I did. I deleted the macro. Okay, I still have it, but I deleted the macro.
Oh, I think we finally figured out the macro. We put it in there properly. Flame blade. Was it flame blade?
Green flame blade, maybe. Green flame. I don't know.
I think we should change it to flame blade. That one sounds better.
Was it a spell?
It is a spell.
It's a cantrip from the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide.
Yeah. I think it was an attempt to give some melee combat cantrips that people like blade singers would use.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. It's pretty much designed for blade slingers.
There you go. Okay, on a hit, the target suffers the attack's normal effect, which you did, and a green fire leaps from the target to a different creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet of it, and then that creature takes the fire damage. Now at 5th level, which you are at, the melee attack deals an extra 1d8 fire damage to the target. So roll a 1d8 for the frost giant.
Hey, what?
And the second giant gets 1d8 plus whatever it is, 5 or 6 or whatever for your spell modifier.
His spell modifier is negative.
Yes. Actually, it's -1.
Okay, so roll one.
That's right.
So roll 1d8 for the roll 1d8 for the fire damage. The frost giant will take that, and the second creature will take that plus your spellcasting modifier, which will be -1.
So should I do 2d8 -1?
That'll work. Yeah, sure.
Sure. I was just going to say roll 1d8 and
There you go. Look at
The
that.
first guy takes 3, and the second guy takes 1.
Gotcha.
It's even worse.
Hey, it's better than nothing.
Green flame, green flame.
So what about the poison from his blood? Doesn't that do I need to roll some damage for that? For Witchy?
No, I'm gonna hold off and use it for something else. I only have so many side points, so.
Okay.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yes.
The ironic thing there was that we green flame that turn just to figure out how to green flame the turn. If you had just said, okay, we'll go ahead and do it, then the turn would have been green flamed.
You want to know the funniest thing as well?
What's
That was
that?
the fastest green flame we've ever green flamed.
I was gonna say that's perfectly fine.
Ventus, what are you doing?
It only took us 30 sessions. Yeah, Ventus, you're up.
All right, so Ventus looks over at his buddy Krev, the half-orc, and just ascertains his condition. What is he looking like?
Well, I'm flat on my ass, slightly stunned, I guess, and I'm looking decently hurt. I'm not bruised and bloodied yet, technically.
I shouted to Krev, I know you can take a harder pounding than that.
I was waiting for it. Oh gosh.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to twin greater invisibility on each of us. And so you retain your invisibility, Krev, no matter what.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. Okay, I'm on a roll today.
So we're both invisible. Then I'm going to move back a little bit with my movement, and that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry. You twinned invisibility on who?
Me,
Krev.
Ventus and Krev.
Okay. Okay. Let me know if you're moving. If you're attempting to move stealthily. And I'm.
By the way, the creatures on your shoulders retain the invisibility you have unless you send them to fly away. So as long as they're touching you.
That's fine. I'm keeping our familiars safe right now.
Okay, and I'm just checking the answer to Richie's question there.
Will you stick a ninja 1 on yourself, please? There.
Oh, yes, I can.
50 feet high, Richie.
Okay.
So the ninja the ninja means invisible.
Yep, greater invisibility on both of us for.
Okay, Krev, you're up.
All right. Step 1, I get up.
Mm-hmm. Half your movement, or all your movement if you're getting up quietly, stealthily.
I will stand up stealthily, and they know I'm where I am.
Yeah, so sorry, you might as well get up regular movement, and then if you want to be stealthy, then roll your stealth.
I will get up regular movement, and I'll take a 5-foot step very stealthily to this direction here.
Okay. Can you give me a stealth roll,
dear.
please?
I think I might have put the thing on Jireg one second. Let me fix that.
Oh, Jireg's dead. And a heart.
You can just keep the familiars off to the side so it doesn't interfere with your token if you want to. Sometimes that's what I do.
Yeah, so I'm just going to leave Moneypenny where she is. I've moved there. So I'm standing up. And I'm going to... Oh, by the way, Brett.
Yep.
How long elapsed between when I cast my spell and when she came to get us?
When did you cast your spell? When you went in the
in the room.
The
I
room?
want to know if I had the short rest to get my spells back.
You were in the room for about 30 minutes total.
That would be a no.
Yeah.
All right. So you had me roll an insight check. I saw that the ice frost giant and the cloud giant kind of had a glance between them.
Mm-hmm.
To which I'm going to shout at the fire giant and the stone giant. It's like, you do realize that Frost and Cloud over there are in on the conspiracy to hide the Storm Queen from you. When was the last time you were allowed to see Her Majesty?
And you're referring to Sarissa?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. They look confused at each other and you and say...
But they can't quite look at me. They look at where the voice is coming from.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they look at each other and your voice. So they now know your position, your general position.
And I take another 5-foot step afterwards. I'm not that dumb, thank you.
And the fire giant roars out and says, "We just saw her recently. You're lying."
You trust a frost giant? Good Lord.
And I think that's all the conversation we're going to have at this point.
And that's my action. Unless you're going to let me cast a spell, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, you haven't taken you spoke, which is part of your movement and action. You've moved.
Well, in that case, before I do my my step to the left there,
Mm-hmm.
because I really have it in for cloud giants these days. A couple Eldritch Blasts of the cloud giant, and then a 5-foot step to the left.
Okay. And I don't think I need you to actually, you haven't rolled yet, so we'll deal with the Eldritch Blast. I'd also like you to roll stealth for how quietly you're moving.
Yep, I understand.
Yeah. The 10 misses, the 17 hits, so we'll take damage from the 17.
Nice 9 points of damage on him.
9.
And then here's your stealth check.
Okay.
Not great, but oh well.
Okay, is that your turn?
It is my turn. It's funny. I watch Critical Role and I see these stealth checks of 27, 30 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, the fuck do they have for magical items?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I think at the start of the show they were using the wrong stats. Because I remember, I think it was like Liam O'Brien. I think his character was rolling like saying like a plus 11 for like stealth or something at the start of the show when he was like leveled like 9 or something. And I think I don't think they had the things figured out correctly. But I don't know.
It has allowed for some interesting storytelling. However, back to our story and our
That's for sure.
impending demise.
Bro, you're up.
No jinx us.
So,
Yeah.
you did not succeed.
Yep.
I gotta find the beast list.
Fairy list, don't forget.
Was it fairy or beast?
Fairy.
So type is the Don John doesn't have fairy. It's got Fey. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Summon a
14,
satyr,
15,
let's have
16,
some
17,
fun.
18, 19, 20. Oh, crap!
Pixies?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Bastards.
I'm not going to complain.
I don't like this game anymore.
And Bral shouts, "Save us." I'm going to let them go first because they're probably going to disappear as soon as I get hit.
This game is stupid.
Stop trying to kill us.
Okay, you get your pixies.
Okay, let's do some green flaming.
Now's a good time to have your...
Sir, I'll call it purple flaming, and that way he knows what it means.
We're pixieing.
Confusion.
Purple flame creates a whole different picture for me. That was an obscure.
Yeah.
You might need to drop some purple rain on that purple fire.
Right?
Okay, so what are the pixies doing?
So, 4 confusion spells, 1 each.
Okay, and what's the roll on that? Is it wisdom?
I'll link it, hold on.
You can just tell me. You don't have to link it.
I just don't know, so hold on.
Purple flame, purple flame.
Wisdom save, yes.
Okay. And DC which?
1 million? I'm checking. $15.
15. Okay, I'm going to start with the fire giant because that's just the order I've got them up here right now. Fails on a 13. This is going to be the stone giant. No. Whoops. Stone giant also fails. This is the cloud giant. Crits. Successfully.
Hopefully he wasted a good crit there.
And this is the frost giant. So everybody fails except for the cloud giant.
Okay, roll 1d10 for each.
I'm going to do 3d10. So 5 is 6. So in the same order, 5 for the fire giant, 6 for the stone giant. So what's the 5 on the fire giant?
So the 2 to 5 is creature doesn't move or take actions on his turn.
Okay.
What was the next number?
6.
Same.
So neither of them are going to take movement or actions, and a 10 was on the frost giant.
They can act normally.
Ooh, that didn't work out very well, now did it?
What? Okay, I have more spells. Coming.
Purple flame. Spread your purple flame all over the room.
Okay, so I'm trying to. Sorry, too many windows open. I'm getting confused. Okay, so which ones did you? Can you mark which ones are confused?
Yeah, I'm about to do that. I'm going to put them in a purple haze. Oh.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love you so hard right now. I said hard.
Excuse me while I kiss this guy.
Okay, so the guy beside me.
Yep.
Polymorph.
The cloud giant.
Yar.
Okay. That's a wisdom saving throw again.
Checking.
If you don't know the spell, you
Yes.
can't use them.
Yes, I have it here.
15 again.
Yes, sir.
Coming up. 23.
Bitch, please. Again.
Same guy.
Yep.
So this is pixie number 6.
Yep.
13.
Fail.
Okay. What does he polymorph into?
Same thing as usual. The little badger, beaver, whatever you want to use.
Okay. I'm going to make him green for woodland creature.
Nice.
Somebody laughing at beaver?
Right? Who laughs at a beaver?
I didn't laugh at a beaver. I was basically doing the sound effect for a World of Warcraft polymorph, which is that you turn into a sheep.
Oh my god, yeah, that's right.
Oh, I got you.
And on the 2 visible people are Krev, or not Krev, me and
Lore
Laura.
and yeah, you and Lore.
And a flight spell on each.
So the last 2 pixies are casting flight on who?
Laura and Baral.
Lore and Burrell. Okay. Done and done. Is that your turn?
Wait, who's casting what on me?
I haven't gone yet. That was down.
Oh. You have flight cast on you, Lore.
So I'm going to take my movement. Now, being that this guy's been turned into a beaver, is he going to get an attack of opportunity as a beaver?
Let's just say he's so confused with the polymorph that he doesn't get an attack of opportunity.
Good. I go bolting for the water, actually. And dive in. And turn into fishies. Lots of fishies. A whole swarm of fishies.
Okay.
You could do.
That's a thing.
And it's hard to reveal this on the map, but as you do that, you see a grate down there, a tunnel towards the bottom, and a grate leading, which you as fishies could probably get through, leading this way. And
Beautiful.
let me put you on the other side of that, just so that you can see what you can see.
Ooh, hold on.
And you see a couple other grates similar to that, one straight across, and then one at so northeast, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and then that grate below, and all kinds of debris down there.
Glorious. Okay.
That your turn?
Seems like you don't really do anything right now. Maybe I'll do a little bit of exploring. Anyways, go ahead. That's my turn.
There you go. Stone Giant can't do anything, but he can do his wisdom saving throw. I'm just going to see if there's anything else I should be giving you. Oh, and it also goes up too. You can swim up that thing. I don't know if you'd know that from the position you're actually in the pool, but there you go. And you know what? I'm going to actually copy you and put you in both positions so you can actually see what's going on back here as well too.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so he can do his saving throw again. Wisdom 15. He fails. And the frost giant whips around to Lore, and he's going to attempt a grappling move. He kind of looks towards the stairwell as he hears footsteps continuing upwards. He whips around to Lore, attempts a grappling grappling move, and he kind of quietly, but enough that you can hear it, Lore says, "Tell me of the Oracle." And what is grappling? It's his strength against your pick of
Strength or acrobatics.
yeah.
Which is going to be acrobatics for me.
And is it a strength check or a strength saving throw? Probably a strength check, right?
It's a checky check.
Yeah.
For him, I think it's athletics check.
Yeah, it's a strength athletics check against your athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Yeah.
Strength, athletics. Critically fails.
One.
I'm good.
But he still looks at you and somewhat quietly, while kind of darting his eyes towards the stairwell, says, "Tell me of the Oracle." And he kind of looks like he's interested in a little bit of a parlay. In the meantime, you hear the footsteps, what you imagine are Miriam and the guard, continue to head upstairs.
See, I want to answer his question, but I wasn't here when we did the Oracle thing, so like I'm actually at loss as well.
Oh, okay. Well, we can fill you in, but what
Yeah.
do you? Your PC was there. So what does Lore do? Given that this guy has said this.
I mean, Law would, if he said tell me about him, I would say, like, what do you want to know, or something like that. Like, I would return and try and talk back.
Sorry, you'd which? I lost you the last sentence there.
I would try to return, just try and speak back to him. Just be like, what do you want to know?
Okay. And just give me a second on that because the next turn is the Cloud Giant. So I'm just going to roll his Wisdom saving throw. Because he is... No, what? No, he's polymorph. Never mind, sorry. That's why he's green. He again, quiet, well, a little bit louder now that he looks at the stairwell and he continues to hear a retreat there. And it's a fast retreat up the stairwell. He says, "You mentioned the Oracle above. You mentioned dragons. Tell me of the Oracle."
I tell him of the Oracle.
all the oracles.
Wink.
So
what's the general summary for Seth here?
The Oracle was a set of statues where we had to stand in the center and lanterns would go out as we asked our questions. We were allowed 6 a day. The Oracle was interested in returning the ordning. It claimed King Hecaton had been imprisoned somewhere and that his daughters were involved in the imprisonment. That Mirren and Nim were not interested in restoring the ordning, but that Sarissa, that we were to help Sarissa at all costs to find King Hecaton and return him to his throne.
Okay, so that fills in Lore / Seth. So what do you tell the and the
Oh, it also says that a bunch of the other giant lords were interested in rearranging the ordning to put themselves further up. Hence, Sensori's constant motives to undo the dragons.
And while this is going on, I believe the confused guys can still speak. They can't move or take an action.
Yep.
So their speech maybe is a little slurred as they're still a little bit confused, but the stone giant nods and says, "Speak to us of the oracle." And the fire giant says, "Tell me what you know of the dragons." So these guys are interested in some information. And feel free to help Lauren in on this because as players you know more than Seth knows.
A
but
couple
what
of
what do you
dragons have been helping us because they want the ordning restored as well. They don't want a war.
So what do you fill in the frost giant on? And you can help Seth with this, given that Laura would know everything you know, but unfortunately, obviously, Seth doesn't know the whole deal as well. What would you fill in, or what would you suggest that Laura fills in the frost giant on, assuming that you don't just spill the beans?
Yeah.
You might, and tell him everything.
At this point, I mean, we're holding our own for now, but we got an entire castle that's going to come down on our heads. And it doesn't take too many hits to incapacitate us. So I'm thinking our one shot here is to get all the other giants on our side. Basically to invoke the name of the Allfather and pray that they will get us to meet Sarissa. Actually meet Sarissa, not some sort of mock-up that Miriam and Nim have going.
Yep, I agree.
So, probably, assuming you're okay with this, Ventus, Lore would basically say along the lines of, the Oracle told us that King Hecaton was captured, that his daughters were involved, and that if we wanted to help restore the ordning and free King Hecaton, we need to seek out Sarissa and help her because she was in trouble.
And is that what?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, perfect.
And that's what you're suggesting that Lore say, as opposed to what you're actually saying, as a player, as a PC.
This is my suggestion to Seth.
Okay. Yeah.
That
that's
the information. But if Lore would say something else, go with it.
Yeah. Witchy, you're back. The challenge is the frost giants saw the one storm giant sister go up the stairs. He attempted to grapple Lore and said, "Tell him of the oracle." And the other giant lords that are confused can still speak. And the stone giant also said, "Tell us of the oracle." And the fire giant asked for knowledge of the dragons. And it looks like they're attempting to parlay. And we're just kind of filling Seth in on what you guys know as players and what Lore would know as a PC of the oracle, because Seth wasn't there for
other PC information for Seth in general. A lot of the giant lords were trying to rearrange the ordning to put them further up the chain, because there's a specific order to the authority of the giants, and a lot of them wanted it, of course, they all wanted to be on top.
Yeah.
So some of the send our version of Cersei upstairs there with the mask. She's a lot of them have been trying to find artifacts that would allow them to destroy dragons. For example, the fire giant lord Duke Zaltos, or I think that was his name,
something like that,
has been collecting these things called Vonendod stones, which they were going to use to assemble a golem type creature that would be able to kill dragons for them. But all of this is an attempt to play a game of, literally play a Game of Thrones in the Giant Kingdom, to put themselves in a better position after the dust had settled. And Hecaton, I'm guessing, was simply so strong that no one could dare challenge him directly. But betrayal, unfortunately, gets in the way. So I think this is us, like, discussions that have happened. We kind of think his daughters wanted power, and are now basically riding the tiger. They don't dare get off, but they're not really in control of what's happening anymore. And what else? What else did we find out? We know that a blue dragon has actually also been consulting the oracle, and that he was way out of his normal zone. We know that some of the dragons have been helping us, but you may not want to tell them that because they like the status quo as it is, and they have no intention of seeing a war start up again. And also because, although they haven't said it, they're likely in a weaker position because of all the shit that went down with the dragons like a couple of years back.
Mm-hmm.
I also would like to mention, just as a player, that it's kind of weird that all these different types of giants are working together, because they're all kind of teaming up with themselves, trying to push their own social status up in the Ordning. To find them all working together here in the court, I
These
guess,
may be ambassadors. They may be.
yeah, but we may be able to use that against them. That's
Mhm.
just what I'm saying.
As players, you're aware that not, from all the information you've gathered, not all the giant lords are trying to create chaos. But at the same time, it is kind of interesting that you do have these different types of giant lords seemingly at least tolerating each other's presence.
Maybe we can bring up past lights or something.
Yeah.
Who killed
So-
that poor ghost boy? Was that his own clan? It was his own dad, right?
His dad killed. Ghost Boy told you
Okay,
that
never
dad killed him at the Oracle there. Yeah. So, Laura, I would say that based on that, answer the question, which is tell us of the Oracle, and the other guy is prying for dragon information as best you can, and the rest of the players, if you feel that Laura would tell something else or whatever, go on ahead because again, Laura was there, Seth wasn't. That's the only challenge.
Well, I think we've given all the pertinent
Yep.
details that you as a player, Seth, would know. Now it's time roleplay.
Go.
Okay.
That being said, you guys have had that information in your minds for weeks and months and possibly been thinking about it where Seth is not. So again, any help that Seth needs, I'm happy to
Any
table.
questions
I'm
you
happy to
have?
table talk stuff at that point.
Because this would have been discussions we would have had for months. We're kind of having them now.
Yeah. Yep. So Seth, the whole party will live or die based on what you say right now. So good luck.
Yeah, no pressure, guys.
Mm-hmm. The Great Giant Slayer.
Well, I mean,
Let's hear it.
Laura's bravado might be served by the fact it's like, I know something you don't know. Or just like, we are on a mission from your oracle. Like, why are you stopping us? I don't know how you want to play it, but given the situation here, I mean, Witchy Vorpal will chime in if you think the interpretation is wrong, but I was always under the assumption it's the two giantesses that we met upstairs that are acting as though they're in charge. I think they basically created the situation that we're in, probably wanting their father's authority, but now they don't know what to do with it. They're literally riding a tiger, and they don't dare hop off. But they're not in control of the situation anymore. It's kind of controlling. It's just spinning out of control. And Sarissa is probably one of the few people that can get it back in control. But these two want power. I'm not sure they like their sister. I am worried that if we meet, quote unquote, the Thunder Queen, that it won't actually be her. I think Sarissa's in prison somewhere. Because the Oracle said she needed our help. Well, how does she need our help if she's queen? Hello?
So what's the play?
I'm down with whatever. Seth, just whatever you want to do.
Okay.
I shall support you.
I'll try.
So again, the question was, tell us of the Oracle.
And I just look back here and I say, no, what do you want to know of the Oracle?
And again, he kind of looks to the stairs and keeps his voice kind of quiet. And he says, "You've been to the Oracle and consulted the Oracle. What did it tell you? What information do you have?"
We have a lot of information.
Oh, we've got information.
Literally a lot of information. The Oracle's words. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to phrase this exactly. The Oracle. The Oracle worded. When we met with the Oracle gave us a task that we're trying to see through.
Mm-hmm.
We're not an enemy of the Giants. We act in the Oracle's name and on his behalf to try and save the Giants.
Its behalf.
Its behalf. Yeah, it's. And you right now, you are preventing us. The Oracle's will. And you're going to doom your entire race if you don't let us pass.
And he looks back at the other giant lords, well, at least the two that aren't a beaver, and says, and what of the dragons?
Guys.
And again, you guys can table talk this.
I'll step up and say, I know firsthand. I'm gonna disillusion our greater invisibility. Sorry, brother. I'm gonna step out up here and be like, I know firsthand that the dragons are not going to be a threat to you in the Ordning. All they want is things to go back to status quo. That's all anyone here wants. So please think of your clans.
And I look at it again and I say,
an arrangement.
There
You should let us pass.
There need be no fighting. There need be no needless death.
when is the last time you directly spoke with Sarissa?
And he says, we have spoken with Sarissa in the last few days.
And did she seem herself?
As much as she's always seen herself. And
hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Oh jeez.
Nice.
That's mean.
I mean, we missed you.
What's up, Vorpal? Now we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, guys. I keep having connection issues. I apologize.
That's all right. Now we can hear you.
We can hear you now.
So, any luck?
So
I
you,
have no idea how much of that you heard.
all we heard was, "Can we hear you? Can you hear us?" So you did a persuasion check, but no, you also said, "I know some stuff about the dragons." We heard everything that you said about that. Yes.
Okay.
Laura, I'd like to get a persuasion check from you as well, please.
Can I help him to give him advantage on that?
How so?
Sorry.
How do
Or
you?
should he have helped me?
Well, how do you help somebody be persuasive?
I would say to help them be persuasive, you add, like, if they're trying to make an argument for something, you interject with points that would further their point. Like so if I'm explaining about the Oracle saying, and then Krev or Vorpal interjects, and like, yeah, this and this happened, or this and this and this, which makes my story more believable, or what I'm saying more credible.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I would say it.
Okay.
So either the 26 or the 22, I'm thinking.
Yep.
If you're okay with that. If not,
Yep.
we can,
No, I'm good. I'm good. The frost giant kind of holds a hand to the others, kind of a stand down type of thing. You also notice at this point that the stone giant seems to have like he's moving a bit, so he seems to have shaken off the confusion spell, just because it has been more than 6 seconds. So he got another roll. And the frost giant, the stone giant says, if you have seen the oracle, we must make no moves against the giant gods. This is a decision larger than us, and he's saying this to the frost giant and saying we must get these people in front of the storm queen. And the frost giant nods and turns to the rest of you and says, if we find that you are lying, this fight will continue and you will die.
Yes, this is. As I basically rub where the stone giant whacked me, it's like, yes, that has been made very clear.
And the stone giant looks at you and says, we had, or the frost giant says, we had to attack until Myrna was, or Myrna, I think her name is, Mirren.
I hold up my hand. Don't worry, you made it look good.
Now we're going to pause on this. What is Fishy Witchy up to? Is Witchy back? No, I don't think so.
Sure.
No, what I mean is actually PC Brile, Fishy Brile, because he wouldn't be aware of all this at this point, and he would have a couple of turns to be swimming around down there. So we're going to check in with Witchy when on Brile when he gets back. The frost giant says we do not have much time. We need to figure out a way to get you in front of the queen.
Why don't you? Would it be feasible for you to present us as like prisoners to take us to her?
This is the lost sister, right? The one we're looking for.
This is the sister that the oracle said you need to help her, but you're not too sure what help means.
So basically, we're saying the oracle sent us here to help the sister, take us to her, and if we need to pretend we're in your custody as we go and talk to her in our quarters, then that's fine. Mm-hmm. Pretend to bind us.
Yes, and we were commanded by the storm giant sister to kill you and to bring you up as prisoners. We
must take back ways then. Surely there are cook's corridors.
And this is the storm giant's stronghold. We know of the public areas, but we have not been privy to the private areas. We either go up those stairs and attempt to bring you in as prisoners, or the only other way that we know of is through the water.
Can Burial make us all breathe underwater? Can we get him back here?
Well, first Burial needs to come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll do this until Witchy gets back, and then we can retcon some stuff.
All right. Well, it's essentially I look at the giants, who are obviously not attacking. So I'm hoping the pixies stop doing things to them, because we don't need saving from them anymore, obviously.
Sorry,
and the instruction was save us.
Sorry, was that directed to me? My wife just popped in for a second, and I had to go mute.
All I was saying is that technically there are also still pixies around, and Bryle's not here to give them new instructions. So I'm trying to make the argument that the fight has stopped. We're not being attacked by these giants anymore. Mm-hmm. So the pixies should pick up on this and not need to save us anymore. Now, should they? Please.
Maybe they poof.
I don't know if they'd poof at this point, but they're not receiving any more commands at this point from Brile.
But their instruction was save us.
Save us, yes.
We don't need saving anymore.
I would agree that they would probably stand down a little bit too, because they don't. If the attack starts again, then they'll probably start up again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty intelligent creatures, right?
Yeah. So I would say you're good there.
Mischievous, but yes, intelligent.
The frost giant. The frost giant says if you attempt to enter the court through other means, it may be seen as
assassination.
As again.
I understand.
Yes.
So we go with you as your prisoners. We just need our friend who jumped in the water. Where is he?
and he says, I believe you're correct that the best way ahead. Actually, when Witchy comes back, what we'll do is we won't tell him anything about this discussion, and just ask him like what's Witchy up to, and he says, unless you can think of another way, I suggest we bind you, and the four of us. And he looks at the other two giants and Beaver, and the four of us will make the case. Will attempt to make the case as four giant lords. We are taking great risk in disobeying a command at the storm giants' stronghold.
Yes, and
I would like to minor illusion Lore's weapons away and then lean on my staff and pretend I need it to walk, or else I won't make it.
Gandalf.
Because I'm old.
Gandalf.
I steal from the best.
Okay, so let's hold there for a second because Witchy is back. Witchy, what Bryle's had about maybe 2 to 3 turns of in the pool there. So what's Bryle up to? What's Fishy Bryle up to?
So I'm going to be just maintaining my concentration on the fairies, and I'm going to swim around trying to find some method of egress or whatever. Just basically try to understand what's under here. And meanwhile, were the fairies required to do anything, or are they just hiding right now as they assess the situation?
You get the feeling that the fairies have relaxed a little bit.
Okay, good. Because I basically told them to protect us and get us out of here if necessary. So they're going to basically just try to do that while I'm hiding.
Gotcha.
by the way, do you reach out to any of our minds?
Yes. It's funny you'd say that because I was going to ask. I was going to reach out to you, actually, because you have the familiars and stuff, and I figured that might be the best.
So as I feel you touch my mind, it's like, Bryle, we've parlayed. Can you come back? We're going to see Queen Sarissa.
Jesus, I can't come out of the water. I'm busy here. How about you? I'll just stay piggybacking off of you while I finish exploring. There's some shit down here.
Right. Okay. Don't have the pixies do anything. We have the situation. It's delicate, but it's kind of under control.
I just told them to protect you. As long as you guys aren't in danger, I think you're kind of fine.
We're fine. Okay.
I see him concentrating and ask if he's talking to him.
Yeah, he wants to keep exploring.
Tell him about the other entrance, the other way.
Oh yeah, there is supposed to be a way through the water to Queen Sarissa's chamber.
That's what I'm looking at. Maybe.
So after all that, I basically hold out my hands to the stone giant who hit me. It's like, well, if you're going to bind them, just be sure to do it right. And as he's doing it, I basically give him hints on how to tie someone up so that it doesn't cut off circulation, etc.
Because Krev would be the one that knows that.
Hey, you gotta make sure they're willing to come back.
Hey, use your strengths where you got them. Okay, so they will bind you up. There's the minor illusion that Lore doesn't have his weapons with him. What about Krev in terms of looking weaponry? Does the giant take the weapons from you?
What do you have? I don't even remember.
Actually, all I have is 2 daggers, 2 measly daggers.
Just give them to him.
Those I have no problem giving to him. The wand, on the other hand, that I'm keeping.
Stick it in your pants.
Yes.
That just says.
Yeah, if necessary, just literally kind of spirit it into my shorts.
Gotcha.
If I have to. It's like, insert any puns that you feel like.
Is that a concealed weapon, or are you just happy to see me?
Both.
Okay. All right. In the couple of turns that Bryle's had, what have you been doing, Bryle? Because at the so you jumped into the pool, you saw the grate, and you've got a couple of turns to do something. in between your conversation with these guys?
Yeah, so using my passive perception and my active perception, I'm going to be making sure that it seems safe for me to do so. But I'm going to try going through the grate, seeing what's on the other side. I just want to get a good understanding of what exactly is here.
Okay, so let me switch to that if you guys don't mind. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please. And I know you got your passive.
Can
Okay.
Jared breathe underwater?
No.
Okay.
And it said your passive is 8. Does your 17 pass along to your the creatures you change into?
It's a +5.
Okay, so it's 8 plus 5, so your passive is 13 in your current form? I think?
Yes.
Okay, but anyways, you rolled a 17. So you see what you can see there in front of you. There's this pretty powerful vortex spinning and going down into that grate that you see in front of you. All kinds of debris and stuff like that on the floor. It looks like parts of ship hulls, like not necessarily full parts of them, but certainly wood, steel, that type of thing. Let me see here. Walls are covered with coral, other ocean life, and you see 5. As you move in, you see 5 flooded passageways. The one you're coming from, the 3 others that you can see, and then there's another one off to the corner over here.
Okay, so I'm going to stay as far from the vortex as I can to stay safe, basically. And I'm going to explore counterclockwise. These are like what are they?
They're what's the word? How do you say that? Portcullis. Portcullis?
Portcullis.
Yeah.
And do I see giant?
You do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep passing by that one then, rather than go through. And what's my movement? Hold on.
So you probably get to one other spot. With the 2 turns that we've been talking about, visually I know you can't see through there, but I'll just move you over. So no, I'm not going to move you over. I'll describe it to you. You see a large killer whale swimming around in there.
Glorious. Okay, and then do I have enough turn movement to the next in those turns to get to the next one, or no?
At this point, I would say no. I'm going to go
That's
back.
fine.
I'm going to go back to the other guys quickly. So you're getting bound up and ready to be presented. You let me think about this. The frost giant looks at the beaver, the former cloud giant, and says, "Can we do something about that? It will be easier to have all of us to press your case."
Krev?
Sorry, I got distracted. What's up?
The frost giant has asked if we can drop the polymorph on the cloud giant. The more the more giant lords in giant lord form,
so
the better.
I say to Brile, can you ask your pixies to stop polymorphing the cloud giant? It's we really need his help. Oddly enough.
I don't think so. They're too far. But you can ask. Just tell them that Boral says to drop the
Okay, so I look up and around at invisible pixies and say, "Drop the polymorph on the cloud giant. We need him, please."
Your daddy Barial said to, by the way.
And I believe that they do get a little of their own self-determination, but I think they would, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. And do they shake the confusion off? I can keep rolling for the fire giant, but do they shake the confusion off the fire giant?
Let's undo all of their magics.
Yeah, they'll listen to him, I think.
Okay.
We'll tell them we're safe. Please follow us upstairs. Remain unseen.
The pixies to follow you upstairs.
Yes, I tell them it is their Barial's wish.
Okay. And they are invisible, and they will follow you up. And you go up the stairs. The stairs I didn't mention before, but they are most everything in here is giant size. So you actually have some difficulty getting up there, and it's difficult terrain. It's half movement to climb those stairs. So while you're taking some time doing that, back to the Boreal Fishy Show, and you're finding that you don't feel in your form any great danger with this swirling water. That you don't feel a great danger of being sucked away somewhere.
Okay, good. So I'm strong enough to resist any current in here.
Yeah. And you see other fish swimming around too. Through this portal, you see very similar killer whale swimming around in a smallish enclosed area, similar to the pool that you jumped through, and same thing there. So
odd. Okay,
yeah.
and now if I venture just a little closer to the middle here, just to see, do I still feel safe? And let me know when I don't anymore.
And sorry, the middle, like where the grate is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you feel safe, and as I've mentioned before, but as you're kind of looking around and looking up, you can see that this vortex continues upward, and things start to open up above there, and you see 4 spires around you. So if you look up far enough, you look up into wide open ocean. So you believe that you're on some sort of structure in water, where you're kind of towards the bottom of that structure, and it opens up as you go up.
Curious. And if I go down and look near the grate, what's on the other side?
What is on the other side of that thing? It's essentially a drain where the vortex is swirling down 40, 50 feet in diameter. Not like there's debris down there and such, but there's really nothing that you can see, like treasure or anything like that. It just looks like this is a bit of a catch basin for whatever comes down, as opposed to allow it to keep going down.
Okay, so really I don't really find anything of use in here.
And just to give you a bit of a visual what's going on, if I still have it up, I'll share something with you.
Okay, because I was also going to maybe go up a bit too and look for any other doors or exits, or it just seems like a curious thing to have creatures down here not have some sort of attendant.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to show you this. If you go into your journal, under player handouts, scenes and locations, you should be able to see something called handout the maelstrom.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Now you'll see a creature in that picture. I think that's just for flavor. You don't see that, and you don't see any indication of that at this point. But it kind of gives you an idea. In the back left-hand side of that picture, where you see that kind of purpley window, that's the spires going up, and you're at the bottom of this. So as you swim upwards, it starts to open up. Think about yourself like in a shell, swimming out of a shell. Things start to open up and get a little bit more open.
Okay. And that pinkish, purplish, like windowy looking thing, is that actually like some sort of window?
Yeah, that you would surmise that. You'd want to get closer, but that's your best guess.
That's where I'll head next then, when I have time.
Okay. Alrighty, back to the gang. Let me switch over to the next. Give me a moment while I switch over to the next. Switch back to the next level here, because I can't remember if I left your tokens up there or not. Yeah, it looks like I did. 1 second. Brawl, you're also going to see this, but it's nothing new. And then I will. I'm going to move you up as well because you're going to be swimming up anyways. You're going to see the sisters there. Give me a second to.
By the way, I'm using mind meld for this, not telepathy, for my communication with Kreb. So if he wants to share what he's seeing or whatever each round, he can do that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. You would. Sorry. Say that last thing about the mind meld.
With mind meld, he can share like a memory.
Okay.
With like perfect clarity.
Yep.
So like, technically, he can be telling me what's just happened each last round. You know.
Yeah.
Sort of like what we did before when I was piggybacking on him and Dreg.
Yeah, so you're getting these kind of snapshot pictures as things happen?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. To avoid moving millions of tokens around, the guards are the giant lords are with you. Everybody can see where we are now. So, Brile, you'll see where the party is, but you also see a similar circular vortex with more gates going off of it, and you also see some tokens off in this general direction. Do you see that?
That I do.
Okay, and then the rest of you see the room that you were in previous. Correct? Everybody else still there?
Go up the stairs, and
the Great Hall.
There's our dear Countess Sunsuri, and
yep, exactly.
Princess Marin and Princess Nim.
So there's obviously some surprise as you come up here, and they are looking quite pissed off that these giant lords are bringing prisoners nonetheless, but live prisoners as opposed to dead people up here. And Mirren specifically says, "What is the meaning of this? I told you to kill them." And the giant lords explain and say, "We are not disobeying your commands. We will kill them if they are found lying or treasonous. But they have been to the oracle. They have spoken with the gods. They know of some of the movements of the dragons. They have information that the court should be aware of." Anything that you guys do while this is going on?
Nope. I think my only instincts would make this situation worse, so Krev is quite literally biting his tongue to make sure he doesn't say anything.
And Ventus or Lore?
No, I'm doing the exact same thing as Krev.
Yeah. I'm staring daggers at the three. Oddly enough, specifically the three female giants, because they're the ones that are trying to get me killed. So yeah, but I'm not antagonizing them.
Gotcha.
Except by drawing breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ventus keeps his hood up, his cowl up, and is trying to blend in with the surroundings as much as possible.
The giant lords say, we have captured them and bound them. They are in our control, and before we kill them and lose their knowledge forever, we demand that we bring them to the court. And at that word demand, the storm giant women there certainly bristle, and they look to one another. Countess Sensuri is just having a field day with it. Like, she's just beside herself, arguing about this. And but it's essentially 4 to 5 giants against, well, it's 4 giants against 6 giants, and this is a political arena and things like that.
This isn't I mean, the 2 other storm giants here, I'm doubting get a vote. They're guards.
Mm-hmm.
It's really 4 lords against 3 lords.
Exactly.
Not to mention the fact that this fellow must be taking a real chance to go up against, in theory, Countess, who should be in charge of her people.
Yes, but actually, you're kind of getting to the point now where you're realizing that there's more than just one
A lot
giant
more
lord.
giant lords
Yeah,
than we thought there were.
and so I guess think of these as state heads or provincial heads within a country or something like that, maybe.
So essentially, we've wandered into Parliament, and now we're dealing with different MPs.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So there's lots of commiserating back and forth. She's too busy for these type of things. Blah blah blah. They're at loggerheads. Obviously, nothing is going to go ahead until they get their wishes. Save an out and out fight in the Great Hall here. They reluctantly allow. Sansuri really reluctantly allows, and they move you towards the hallway to the south here. So if you guys don't mind, or actually, you know what? It might be easier for me to grab everybody at the same time and do that. And it's so you see some hill giants there. They open up the doors and they.
It's fine. We never killed their leader.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna plop you all into this room, and I'm gonna move the other main dudes in there as well.
Oh dear. There's a lot of people here.
There's a lot of people here. Whoops. And we're going to go back to Bryle in a second here. In general, they would take their position in here based on the ordning and such. So, like I think the stone giant would be further down, would be kind of further up on the stairs and things like that. You guys are kind of free to move your tokens around, although you would still be guided by the.
I'm staying right next to the frost giant that is guiding us.
Yeah, so the cloud giant and the frost giant are basically your guards at this point. That's who you're with.
I'm staying with him and making no aggressive moves whatsoever.
Yep.
I'm waiting to be recognized by the throne.
I'm going to open the door so that it is open, and then we're going to go to Bryle. Okay, Bryle, what are you up to? You got, I don't know, a couple.
I got more shit to explore.
You got two or three.
I will say though that I reread my mind meld and stuff, and I think I would have broken by now.
Okay.
So just sadly, I wish it didn't, but it did.
So you won't see what's going on in the other room?
Yeah, I'm sad.
Okay, let me try to find you and get you out
You
of
don't
there.
have to hide me because it's off my screen anyway.
Oh, you're not in the throne room?
I'm zoomed in on my equippers,
Okay.
so I can't see it anyway. So you don't have to worry about getting
Okay.
out of it.
I can't even see where you are in the throne room. You might be underneath a token or something like that. Who cares? Okay, so what are you up to?
Again, counterclockwise from the top.
Okay, as you swim up and you saw up here, you see those two guys laying out in repose. So you would imagine they're resting, sleeping, something.
What are they? What do they look like? Do I know?
Yes. And I'll just quickly whisper that to you.
Nice. Okay. And they're underwater or above the water?
Floating on top of it.
Okay.
And I'm just going to get you a little bit of description here in a second. So you're about 50 feet up from where you were below. Again, there's a ledge, so that lighter blue that you see there is kind of a ledge where the vortex is out here.
So it's like shallow water.
Yeah, and you see some debris on top of that as well.
I'm gonna sneak up just a little bit, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Hugging the walls, making sure there's nothing in here that I should be. Ooh, I do see something over there now. Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out where you. Oh yeah, you see a stairwell there.
And then I'll head back out again because I don't want to be too obvious. But I'm just fishy swimming along.
Yep.
You can go back to them.
Actually, they were submerged, by the way, and
really?
they have kind of kelp wrapped around them a little bit, seemingly to keep them from drifting away. And you see some clams in there, and you see this big what's that thing from Finding Nemo that they would hang out in?
An enemy.
Yeah, you see a big thing like that.
Oh God, there's an enemy
in there as well. Okay, so we'll go back to the gang.
Just one quick question: do these guys look bound at all, or like unwillingly submerged here?
No, they look like they're kind of lightly tied down. They certainly look like they're resting or sleeping. Well, they're not resting. They don't have their eyes open.
Which you are repeating everything.
Yeah, big echo.
Sorry, I was holding down my button accidentally.
That's all right. And so the kelp that's around them almost seems like it's kind of anchoring them a little bit, or just kind of keeping them in place, but they don't seem like tightly bound.
Okay.
It doesn't look like Krev's handiwork.
Okay, I'll explore the next one next round.
Okay. Actually, let's do one more with you because the next round is probably going to get a little talky. So you're doing a counterclockwise?
Yes, sir. What's that beautiful thing?
Can you ping it? You see a tall statue, and you would have known this from the Oracle of Stromanus, the god of storm giants, in the middle of the room. Trident, bare-chested storm giant, foamy beard, all carved from stone. This is looking very temple-ish. There's image of storm giants, yeah, riding whales and battling giant dragon turtles and stuff like that.
And just one more thing, I wanted just to roll on, I guess, would it be nature or history to know whether these guys are aquatic or not?
Nature.
Well, how? Okay.
Yeah. You surmise from where you're hanging out with them that they obviously seem to have some abilities down in the water, but you're not too sure exactly what.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Back to the other gang.
Okay. Here goes everything.
Here goes everything. You are brought in. I'm moving my maps around here. And getting my info. And we've got some time, but I do have a hard stop at 2 today, so we got 45 minutes.
Okay.
But I don't think we were going to get through all this anyways in one session. All right, so you're walked by these two hill giants, which are your typical hill giants. Get door open, okay, and open the door and let you guys in and things like that. And you are walked into this amphitheater type hall, and you see obviously lots of people in here. The people that you haven't run into as of yet are this guy over here, Funny enough, same picture as the picture I sent you earlier, Witchy. Standing to one side of a large throne. This lady over here standing to the other side of a large throne, both storm giants. And then sitting upon a throne, all kind of decked out in typical regalia and stuff like that. Some sort of crown, holding a rod scepter type thing. And she looks at the two sisters that came in, as well as you and such. And the person beside her, the male giant to our right, says, asks, what is going on? Who are you bringing to us? And there's all kinds of chatter at this time. The two sisters, especially Sensiri, they're murderers, blah, blah, blah. This is an outrage. They should not even be here, a waste of time. And the female at the throne holds up her hand and turns to the giant lords, who are obviously bringing you in, and says, what is the manner of this? And within a few minutes, they kind of explain why they're bringing them to you and such. The two on either side of the throne counsel the person in the middle, which at this point you're probably assuming is the storm queen, and you can hear kind of, these are small folk. They're not to be trusted. They're not to be allowed in here. Why are we hearing them out? Type of thing. And she holds up her hand and says, based on everything I've heard, I will hear out everyone, and we will determine our course of action from there. So you have the attention of what you would assume is the Storm Queen. And she looks at all of you kind of in general. And actually, you know what? At the same time, everybody that's in the room, give me either a Arcana or History check, whichever is usually your better roll. Oh, Lord. The throne she sits on, by the way, is hovering a little bit up off the ground. I believe I have a picture of it. It's pretty impressive. And what do we got there? Vorpal. Ventus, let's talk to you for a moment.
All right.
You would recognize this object as the worm skull throne that she sits upon. This is certainly nothing ordinary. And I believe, yes, I can share this with you. That is what it looks like. You have heard of this throne. It is something of great knowledge, especially amongst people who have connections with dragons. Those are actually dragon skulls attached to it on the feet. It is up floating, but the rest of the throne is of dwarven nature, and you know that there is some magic that connects with this throne. This is no small trinket.
Okay, I tell the rest of the guys that's the worm skull.
Right.
It's quite famous.
Never heard of it. I'm on my best behavior. Don't worry.
Do you see? Look at the legs. They're beautiful.
Yes. I'm not interested in the legs so much as the person sitting upon it.
And as they
look at it.
as they bring you closer, and you're having this little chit chat, and Ventus is just having this Arcana orgasm. they walk you by another pool, which is obviously some sort of submerged pool that leads downwards, but beyond that, you don't know where or how far or what. And the manger throne sitting there floating away, and Sarissa, if that is who she is, which by now you probably assume it is, says, I hear many allegations laid against you, but you come here holding one of our conchs. What is how do you come to the Storm King's court? And she specifically says Storm King's court. You've been hearing a lot of Storm Queen throwing around.
Yes. Good. Okay. I guess I immediately interject unless people stop me. We come at the behest of the Oracle of the Allfather. The worlds on the surface is terrified of the actions that the giants have been taking recently. Attacks on towns and villages for reasons that only the giants that are perpetrating them understand. So many people have sought answers. We sought the answers from your oracle, and it's in its wisdom and its generosity gave us those answers. It told us to seek a conch and to use it to bring us here, so that we may speak to you and offer you our support in trying to locate the Storm King, your father. That is all we wish to do. Our business with the Countess over there was over the murder of my friend, Lore's brother, who was investigating within the lands of Silvery Moon an action by the Countess that was essentially lands that were not hers.
And of course, the Countess, you hear like preposterous, and the Storm Queen raises a hand to quiet her, and says, "I will hear everybody's turn, in turn." And then she turns back to you and
Our
says, "Go
primary
on."
concern, beyond the Countess and her misdeeds, our primary concern, the sole reason why we have come here, was to try and restore the Storm King, restore the ordning, and restore peace.
So you seek for my father?
Yes, that he might sit again upon the throne that you are currently keeping in his absence, such that he may continue to reign, and long may he reign.
As long as the ordning is broken, we shall have disorder, and chaos is the result. We must put this right. That is why we are here. The Oracle sent us.
And the Storm King to her right, the male one, leans over and says, they are trying to ply you with honey words. They are giving you exactly what you want to hear. And the female giant to the left nods. So they're obviously very suspicious of you being here. Go ahead.
Why wouldn't you want us to help find your father?
And she raises a hand to the two, and it's a hand that says, "Yes, I understand your counsel, but we have time to talk at this point." And she turns back to you and says, "What do you know of my father?"
To be honest, very little. Only that he is the Storm King, that he is missing, and that he is in a position where he himself cannot get free. He requires aid. We have come to provide that aid. We don't know where he is. The Oracle would not tell us.
And she speaks up at that and says, how do you know that he is in need of aid? How do you know that he's in trouble? All we
Because
know,
that is what
all we
the
know that
Oracle told us.
all we know is that he is missing, and he has not returned from. I think searching for. He's not returned from searching.
The Oracle told us that he was in trouble.
Doesn't the absence of your father trouble your heart? Surely you want us to go and confirm or deny if he is still alive.
And her response to that is we have been searching for him after the death of my mother. He took it very hard, and yes, of course, we've been looking for him for months, and I unwittingly, after many months, have taken his place until he returns.
Then let us help
Brett?
you shed this burden.
Brett,
Yep.
remind me. Did the Oracle actually tell us point blank that Mirren and them were responsible for his disappearance, or the fact that he can't come back?
If you know that, then my guess is yes. But if give me a second, I will.
I don't trust my memory, so I want to check the notes, so
Yep.
to speak.
Yeah, and I had created that somewhere. Words of the Oracle. You know that he was captured looking for his wife. He was betrayed by his two daughters and captured by the Kraken. That's the second point on that one.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I don't say anything. I shut up.
Actually, I'm going to.
So retcon, what would you have said?
I'm going to have to risk everything right now. Because instead of saying we don't know where he is, I do know where he is. You've been looking for your father. You have not found him. I believe I may know why. The Oracle did reveal one very uncomfortable truth.
And she
He was
looks
betrayed and is currently being held by the Kraken.
and there's much murmuring in the
He was betrayed by your sisters.
Oh, bam.
Look, if they're going to kill us, they're going to kill us. The only way to get through this is with the truth.
And the give me a perception check, please.
My perception? Good lord. Yeah.
Are we sure Barial can't perceive anything? I mean,
What was that?
Barial's swimming around.
we're doing a perception
Yeah,
check.
exactly.
Really need...
What about lore? What about Ventus? God help me.
No, I have shit perception. Good
And-
luck.
And this,
I used to
You're an
try.
elf. What are you seeing?
and this,
What your elf-
yeah, and this, I asked you specifically for a perception check because this is a conversation that you're having, and so I'm going to argue that you're a little bit more aware of, not that the other guys aren't. And now throw me an insight check, please, for Krav.
Insight. Please roll high. Fuck me.
You notice a look go between the two. Of course, they deny this preposterous. More lies from the murderers that are going to come in and kill everybody in the court and blah blah blah.
Exactly how.
And given that I'm a DM who doesn't metagame, who knows? Maybe your murderers coming in. Maybe you guys have been talking on your side.
I know.
Off the side. Hey, let's just kill everybody in there. Don't tell Brett. You see a look, a flash between their faces, and you don't know whether it is surprise, fear, just out and out preposterous. But something flashed between them.
Something flashed between them, and they want me dead. Like, under no uncertain terms, they want me destroyed from this universe.
And the other thing that you noticed is that they also flashed a glance towards the throne area, but you don't know exactly if they're trying to get somebody's attention, who they're trying to get attention of.
Right. One of the advisors is in on it.
So, of course, this is just a complete uproar, and the sisters are yelling and screaming, and the Countess Sansari is going crazy and stuff, and murmuring with the other giant lords, and Sarissa holds up her hand again. Let's go back to Brile for a moment. And what's Brile doing? Like you've had quite a few moments to float around here.
Swimming like a fishy.
So where does Brile go next? To the next door, I imagine.
So is that just a portcullis directly out, or what's?
Yeah. So those little dots that you see where the light is being affected by, that's that's the portcullis, and then you see what you see there. So you can either
Stairs, right?
to get out of the to go further, you would have to unfish yourself. And then you might need to back up or go forward just a little bit because I think you're sitting right on one of the portcullises. Or are you stuck? Here, I'm going to try to unstuck you because I think you're right in the dynamic lighting.
I'm good. Don't worry.
Okay.
I was moving around.
Yeah. So you would
I see things that can eat me, so I'm not going in there.
Okay. Yeah.
And more things that will eat me. Jesus, this is like a smorgasbord of me. No, don't leave them alone. Okay, and then back up again.
Yeah. And you would have time to do all this during the conversation that was going on.
Oh, here comes another storm.
We had a lot of wind, but nothing here yet. Still pretty partly cloudy. So I imagine you would certainly have time to investigate the last spot there.
Yeah, so does this go out to where they are, or no? Is it just a dead end?
I don't see you updated yet. Can you ping where you are? Oh, there you are. Hold on to there for a second. Please and thank you. You see a tunnel which is starting to slope upwards.
Oh, I see. It goes up to this pool in the middle.
As a PC, all you know is it starts heading up, and it starts to become a well hewn like a well or something like that.
And if I swim up to the well, can I see out and can I see the people in the room? Like how high up is it?
You see some people, giants, gathered around this thing, not looking at you or the pool. But you see, I'd say about 3 giants standing around that thing. One you recognize all of them. You recognize the frost giant from the fight. You recognize the cloud giant from the fight, and you recognize the one sister.
Okay. In case for some reason they think to look in there that there could be fishies watching them, and that's odd. I did do a stealth roll, but it sucks.
Yeah, I think that they're pretty well distracted at this point, and they wouldn't really notice too much of a difference of kind of fish flitting in and out of that thing. If you're going to kind of lay at the top of the pool and wave your fins at certain people, then that might be an issue.
Splash about.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your left fin in.
I was going to say, just do a dance for them. Just aerobatic fish jumping in formation.
I'm moving my left fin in and I shake it all about. I do the hokey pokey. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
So we'll go back to the gang then. So
Yar. I'm just going to try to sit and watch, and if I can see any of our party through any of the angles that I can get at, I'll telepathically, say, "Hey, what's up?"
As you kind of swim around as nonchalantly as possible, fly casual. I would say the only person you could see would be Krev, just based on the fact that he's almost leaning up against that thing.
Okay, works for me. Once I can see him, I'll telepathically give him a little nudge and tell him that I'm in the pool, but not to look.
Okay, and Krev,
I try to say, don't appear right now. It's pretty effing tense. Your arrival out of nowhere would just shatter things right now.
Understood.
Okay. So back to the gang here. There's all kinds of murmuring, of course, because Krev has just
Dropped the bombshell to end all bombshells politically.
yes, and so wow, you guys are testing me. I go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, hey, you're the one that had Sinceri blow the conch. We're just running with what you threw us.
Yes, I'm as much to blame as anybody else in this.
Yeah, and it's great.
Yeah. So there's all kinds of murmuring such, and again, Sarissa holds up her hand. Her two advisors kind of close in or lean over, and again, small folk, not to be trusted. And Sensuri, or one of the sisters, in fact, yells out, "How would you trust people that are part of the Lord's Alliance who killed your mother?" And point to Lore there, again indicating him and his connection to the Lord's Alliance, his obvious connection to the Lord's Alliance based on Sinceri's information. And so she wraps the scepter against the floor, gavel-like, as the consults lean in, and again it's small folk, that type of stuff. Why are you even listening to them? And so she is getting a little angry now, and she says, "You are bringing large charges against my family. How can you prove this?" And at this point, so you've told her that there was a blue dragon in the oracle, or did you tell the giant lords that?
No, I told Seth that. Because that was kind of key information.
Yeah.
That we're not the only ones that are consulting.
Gotcha.
The oracle. We're just the only ones that are interested in like putting things right with the giants.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, quickly summarize what you told Sarissa about the oracle, like just the key points, because obviously I know what you know, I know what I know that you don't know, and now I'm trying to juggle what you actually told her.
So I told her
Yeah.
that King Hecaton was captive.
Mm-hmm.
He was being held captive by the Kraken, that we had come to assist her specifically in basically retrieving her father. That her father could not break out on his own, despite his power. That we wanted him to return. We wanted the ordning to be restored. We wanted peace between giants and small folk. That we did have legitimate grievance with the giants because of the attacks recently by different giant lords, for reasons only the giant lords understand. Not wanting to, because I'm trying to walk a tightrope of your people are hurting us without saying your people are hurting us.
Yep. Yeah, gotcha.
And we're understandably miffed. The other, and then of course I dropped the bombshell that the reason why your father is being held by the Kraken is that he was betrayed by his daughters, your sisters. As for proof, if you need to go ravaging through my mind, we bring only the word of the oracle.
Just gonna check to see if you can do that.
And if they have an ability to go plumbing through my head, fuck, it's been done over so many times by Oberon. I know how to close the doors again when they're done.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if she does have that.
Zone of Truth, command person.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Also,
I'm just checking her. What do you call those people? Her not consorts.
Clerics. Her advisors.
Advisors. Thank you. Okay. Well, while I check that, Crap. It doesn't. I don't know. Doesn't look like they can. So her response to all that is you create a dangerous situation for me because I do want my father back, and we are of the mind to restore the ordning. But the information you bring could have. This could be just information that you have made up to further divide us and have us searching for the Kraken. Do you have any proof of the information you have other than just stories that you've spoken with the Oracle?
Do we, guys?
I don't think so.
All this time, why did I never think that they would need proof? That's so stupid. Damn, I
do have the items we
accidentally
collected.
played Krev really, really well there. Sorry, what did you say, Ventus?
The items we collected, the ones that were stolen from the sacred burial grounds of the barbarians.
They're with the Oracle.
I know, but we can just try to string it out and tell them this story as well. Maybe it'll help corroborate it. I don't think it's going to be actually work though. So whatever.
Oh, there's another possibility. They know where
Do we
the
have
Oracle
proof?
is.
I don't think we do. Ooh, we could take them to the Oracle and have the Oracle.
If you doubt us, bring yourself, bring an entourage. We can take you to the. We know the location of the Temple of the All-Father. You can ask the Oracle yourself. You are Storm Queen right now. Surely it will answer your questions.
And at this point, the advisor to her left, the female, says that, and by this time you've through conversations you've picked up their names. Earthor is to the right, and Thyrell is to the left. The female's Thyrell, and she turns to the queen and says, "This is just another wild goose chase, if that's the term that they use, to send us all over the place and further divide us. We do not need to listen to these stories any further. They're obviously part of the Lord's Alliance who killed your mother. They're probably even behind the abduction of your father." And Sarissa turns to her and says, "They cannot do us any harm here. We outnumber them, and I still believe, as my mother, in the heart of the small folk. And yes, some of them are certainly evil and against us, but then again, aren't some of us evil and against them?" And Thyrell is obviously getting frustrated at this, as is Orthor to the right, where he says, I grieve for your mother as well, and I miss my brother as well. But we must take our own counsel and not the counsel of these people." And at that point, Sarissa kind of listens to them, and then she gestures Krev closer and asks him to approach the throne, as close as you would approach royalty. Do you?
So, yes, I stand before her. I guess, did they bind my hands in front of me or behind me?
Probably behind.
Okay, so my hands securely behind my back. And I approach, I suppose, we'll just get right up to it, and Your Majesty.
And she reaches in her clothing, whatever, pocket, and she pulls something out and holds it in front of her, for you to see, but also others to see around. And it is a wooden chip with a goose carved in it, painted yellow or golden. And she says, "If you are speaking the truth, what do you know of this?"
A wooden chip with a goose
Yeah.
painted golden?
It looks like some sort of really cheap currency, or a gaming chip, or a poker chip, or a child's plaything chip, or something like that.
Oh shit, what did we miss in the last few weeks? Guys, did something like this come up while I wasn't here?
Not that I recall.
I can tell you out of game that that none of you have come across this. That's the best way for me to state that.
Oh, fuck.
So your Krev's truthful answer would be probably somewhere along the lines of, "I've never seen it before. I know nothing of it," or, "I'm sorry, my lady, but I know not what."
This is the first time I've seen that, and I know that might mean my death.
Can I get another insight check, please?
Sure.
You sense some, and I'm not talking magical when I say silent communication, but you sense like some, how you kind of look at somebody and try to communicate just by your look.
Uh-huh.
Between Tyrell, the female beside you, and in the sister's direction, and Miriam looking at the coin, and Nim as well, but Miriam is the first to call out, and she says, and she points at Nim and says, "It was her. It was your sister, who is in league of all this." And Nim just turns on her sister and starts yelling at her, and says, blames her equally. Obviously, this coin has caused some sort of conversation, and they turn, and they look at the female storm giant beside you, and says, we were doing the bidding of Tyrell, and Tyrell is just mad. Like, you can, when this happens, you can just see the anger and such come up in her. And
if it's okay, I will
Yeah.
just take a step away from her, because I'm actually a little, like, literally, my step back isn't tactical. It's like I'm stepping, my hands are behind my back, and I'm slowly stepping back from the person who I think is about to incinerate me with a look.
and you can see the queen and the other council also looking at this, because now this has been an admission that is supporting what you seem to be saying.
Yeah.
And so Tyrell beside, you can see the anger welling up inside her in a sign that the gig is up type of thing. And she just,
I don't know what I did, but this is fantastic, sort of.
and she just, in the angriest voice, and she stands, and in the angriest voice that she can muster, she says something, which I believe none of you, but
none of us speak giant,
Ven-
so she's yelling in giant. We haven't a fucking clue.
close. Ventus, you hear her speak in Draconic and says, "You are all fools. We had it all, and now you've let it go." And she reaches out and grabs the scepter from Sinceri, or Sarissa.
Dragon.
What's that? And she wrenches it from her hands, and Sarissa starts to fall unconscious. And that is where we are going to leave it until next session.
You bastard!
At least I'm in the same room, sort of, kind of.
I have 5 or 10 minutes to chat about what just happened, but in terms of actual action, it's the best place to leave it.
Okay.
So the rest of you heard in some crazy language that I don't know whether you'd pick up or not, but Ventus, you heard in clear Draconic from Tyrell.
I think we've heard enough Draconic that we could recognize it.
Yeah, probably. But at least...
I immediately translate what I heard.
And you can see that she is surprised. It's like... actually, this happened to me in high school. We took a trip to Europe, the high school class. And we had a guide who was Spanish taking us around. And there was one very stressful time where she had to give us direction really quickly. And after this stressful time, and it's a bigger story, but anyways, after the stressful time was over, she was like, "Why didn't you guys act very quickly?" And we said, "You started speaking Spanish. You were so stressed out about what was going on. We had to hurry to get a train or whatever, that she was telling us what to do, but she was telling it to us in Spanish, and none of us understood it. French we might have picked up, but Spanish, and that's the recognition that you get from Tyrell is, oh fuck, that was in Draconic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like one of the things. That was out loud, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When someone's internal monologue externalizes by accident.
Yeah.
This
is not an internal monologue. She meant to say it, but she just didn't. She said it in the wrong language.
Yeah, which I have 2 actions that I want to do quite desperately.
Mm-hmm.
One is cast detect magic, and the other is so that I can then dispel the illusion on her. Anyone who defaults to dragon when they're stressed, or draconic when they're stressed, is probably a dragon, because nobody else uses it as a first language. Except a kobold, and this ain't a kobold.
Agreed.
It could be a really
you guys have
powerful
heard
shape-shifting
Ventus
kobold.
many times.
Sorry, what's that about the kobold?
I was saying it could just be a really powerful shape-shifting kobold.
Yeah. And what did you say, Verbal? I can't hear you if you're speaking now.
Disconnect to reconnect again.
Did you disconnect?
I don't know. He's gone silent, though.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh.
Okay.
Cheers, Vorpal.
So any thoughts and theories in the last 3-ish minutes I've got?
She's a dragon. We might survive this. We need to get that scepter back, and I really wish my hands weren't tied up.